There's seems to be quite a juicy episode of SmackDown ahead for us. And to be honest with you, I think we need a juicy episode of SmackDown. I don't know about you, but I certainly feel like I need something to get my teeth into. So let's jump over and we'll have a look and see kind of what we've got on deck. We have got this. So what next for Cody Rhodes? Now, I don't know about you, but I'm expecting Drew McIntyre to kind of make his presence felt and want a rematch following the controversial finish at Saturday night's main event. So what next for Cody Rhodes? That's going to be a big segment, right? Jade Cargill returns to SmackDown as the new WWE Women's Champion. Now, obviously, she managed to get past Tiffy time. She is the champ right now. She won it in fairly dominant fashion as well. She, really took it, which I think was the right move, honestly. I mean, we know that they were really bigging up Tiffany's injury. So it's not like Tiffany really loses anything because, if she was 100%, she would have put in a more competitive performance. So I don't really feel like Tiffany loses anything, but Jade definitely gains a bit of aura, looking as strong and as dominant as what she did. I thought it was the right move. I think changing champions and doing it in a dominant fashion was the right play. So the Jade era begins now. So let's see kind of, what that segment's going to look like. What's that promo going to sound like? Is she going to grab this opportunity? Sometimes it can take a moment like this for just everything to click, everything to fall into place. Whether that's going to happen with Jade or not sure. Obviously, there's question marks around her limitations. We know that she was not that far along in her wrestling when she was in AEW. Then she came to WWE. She's been in the system for a while now. So, has she been putting that work in? Is she, I don't know, does she go to the dungeon? Does she train with Natalia? Does she often go to the PC? How much work is she putting in? And how much improvement have we made? So I think anything to do with Jade is going to be really interesting because she looks like $1 billion. She's certainly got the look. And I think WWE would love for her to have the match quality, the promo skills. I mean, you've got a seriously impressive talent if this can all kind of click and fall into place. So any Jade Cargill segment now is going to be important because this is her being given the ball. This is her getting the biggest opportunity you can get. She is the WWE Women's Champion. This is her with the ball. So both of these segments, they might not be matches, but I think they're both really important coming out of Saturday night's main event. Then we've got Julia defending the US title against Chelsea. So we do have a championship match. Julia against Chelsea. That obviously is important. If Julia wins, I believe she will then go on to be the longest reigning ever United States champion, Women's United States champion. It's not that big of a deal. The belt's only been around about 12 months. But that's why Chelsea is trying to stop her. Then we got Ilya Dragunov. He's going to continue doing his open challenge. And these have been so fun. These have been so great. We enjoyed Sammy's open challenges. We're now enjoying Ilya's. So if we're looking for a banger, that could have banger written all over it. So 2 intriguing segments, a championship match, an open challenge. We got Charlotte Flair in action against Nia. Not too fussed by that, but fine, And then we got Rey Fenix against Tala Tonga. I don't really know what to expect there. I mean, Tala is obviously really tall. I'm very interested in seeing him wrestle. I'm very interested in watching his work. Rey Fenix is always a delight in ring. So that will be intriguing. I mean, what I will say is this doesn't feel like, oh my God, absolutely unmissable. It's essential that you watch tonight. But we are on the road to Survivor Series. We are building towards that show, and it is a big show. It's a stadium show, right? It's the last stadium show of the year. They're trying to make Survivor Series a big deal. We're doing some big stuff at the moment, like new champion, feud with Drew. Obviously, we've got a title match. There's a few little bits going on. I think SmackDown is looking like it's going to be okay this week. Genuinely, I think that looks like there's enough there for us to go, okay, yeah, no, I see what you're serving up. Whether it's going to be a good show, I don't know. But I think there's enough there to at least go in with some optimism. We can afford a little bit of optimism. So we're going to venture into it with just a touch of optimism. Dean, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. Dean firing in a very generous super chat, which, as I said, really appreciate, buds. Let's see what Dean's got to say. Dean said, I've got a thought, okay? Do you remember when I pointed out on X that it looked like Punk had got the old Nexus logo? Since he's got drama with The Vision and Logan, could we see him rebuild the Nexus? Yeah, so to be honest, I don't know what to make of the Nexus logo. So he came out, was it Saturday night's main event with a jacket on, a hoodie on, and it had the old Nexus logo on the back, right? And I don't know if that was a statement that he was making for that match. I don't know that it is like foreshadowing a group that he's going to like be reforming or anything. There's been no word of that. There's been no rumors of that. I mean, there's been nothing in regards to Punk creating like a new Nexus. To be honest with you, I would not be down on him doing it. I actually think it would be a good idea for him to do that because I think he makes a very charismatic leader. I think that would be a more entertaining, way more entertaining group than if we was to, just keep doing what we've been doing with The Vision. I mean, The Vision, they're just not it. Or at least up until this point, they have not been it. And I include this point right now, right? I just do not find them interesting. I don't find them intriguing. You can tell me they're the future of the company as much as you want. And it might even be true. But this will be a period in their career that's looked back on as being dull. Just like when John Cena was the prototype. You can tell me that the prototype is the future of the business, but it doesn't mean that I want to watch the prototype. And actually, John Cena was at the point where he was very close to getting cut because it was dull and it wasn't working. And he went on to be the future of the business. That's how I'm feeling about The Vision. It feels dull. It feels like it's very repetitive. They've not spent anywhere near enough digging into the characters. Without Seth around, it's lost a bit of its charisma, a bit of its flamboyance. I didn't like how they booked Braun getting out of the way for Saturday night's main event. I didn't like Braun Breaker kind of taking those orders from Heyman and just not doing anything. I mean, if you're gonna not go in the Battle Royal, at least cause some trouble. Do you know what I mean? At least do something. I don't know. The whole thing just seems really bland, boring, flat, just uninspiring, just not exciting. Honestly, the struggles with The Vision have been very, very real, and they continue. So if he was to reform a Nexus, and it was to be CM Punk that was going to be the leader of it, I would have to think that it would not be bland, boring, lacking charisma. I would imagine that it would be a hell of a lot better than what we're getting out of The Vision. So honestly, it's a difficult conversation to have because I don't know where it's going. I don't know if it wasn't just a little nod to the past or if it is something that they are thinking of exploring. It was very, very random. Very, very random. And there's been no chatter about it, no follow-up on it. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. If it does lead to a new kind of Nexus group, though, as I said, I would at least have optimism. It would be better than what we get out of The Vision. So, Dean, it's going to be all eyes on that, buds. It's going to be all eyes on that. So, yeah, appreciate the support and a very interesting comment, buds. Cowboy Venables said the women's War Games, Alexa, Charlotte, Rhea, Io, AJ Lee, against Kyrie, Asuka, Becky, Raquel, Roxanne. Men's War Games, Roman, Jay, Punk, Cena, Knight, Braun, Bronson, Logan, Ober, Brock. I don't know that Cena's going to go in. I think the streets are under the impression it's Cena versus Dominic Mysterio. So I don't think we're looking at a situation where Cena goes into the War Games match. But because of the injuries, we may find ourselves in a different situation. We might find ourselves going down a road that we wasn't planning on going down. So I wouldn't say that's impossible, but as I'm sat here right now, I'm not expecting Cena to be involved in the War Games match. Joe, hello, said Daze, your video you did a couple of days ago, do we think that there will be many people watching SmackDown tonight? So I think that SmackDown will get better views. So as we said in Unseen, there were reasons for it. And, I did even include a post from someone that was like, oh, a lot of people won't even mention this. But it was Halloween on that night, right? The only thing I would say is that it's been Halloween before. And WWE have never seen SmackDown go into these levels. There's kind of a bit of a perfect storm that has happened that's resulted in the ratings being where they are. So we moved from Fox to USA Network. That was a big step down. Fox is a bigger network in America. And so, the ratings went down as a result of that. Then the big one recently is they kind of got this new system for working out the ratings. Back in the day, the way they worked out the ratings was a few houses, like 100,000 houses, something like that, had a box and it would record what you watched. And then what they would do is times that to kind of multiply it to represent America, right? I don't know what they times it by. Might have times it by 100, 200, I have no idea, but they times it to represent the nation. But basically the data was coming from about 100,000 homes. And the belief was that was a big enough sample size spread around the country where they could get a good enough idea as to what people were watching. And that was, back in the day. Obviously, technology has massively improved over the last 20 years. And so we're in a situation now with smart TVs and the internet being stronger and, 5G and all of this, where we can now get a better read from more homes as to what people are watching. And so my understanding is that they somehow are finding a way of getting data from more homes now using kind of modern technology. And the result of that is that it turns out that not as many people are watching wrestling as we thought. So it's funny because it looks like the ratings have massively dropped, but actually it's not quite as bad as that. It turns out that this might just be where the ratings have been forever. It turns out that wrestling's ratings might always have been over-exaggerated. People, because they didn't actually count everyone individually before, there was a bit of guesswork. It seems like the guess was always wrong. And we were always thinking more were watching than were actually watching. So there's been that is a huge change. One of the biggest changes to the way they work out TV ratings ever. And it only changed a few months ago. So that is a massive change. So that, as well as moving to a smaller network, as well as, yes, we can't hide the fact that ratings have slumped this year, right? We can't hide the fact that wrestling, certainly WWE, is not going through its strongest period. It's not going through its weakest periods, but it's not as strong as where it was last year or the year before. And so we've seen a rating slump as well. All of that, and Halloween, right? The night of Halloween, and I think maybe up against the baseball, all of that combined resulted in SmackDown delivering a normal show on USA Network and getting under 1 million views. Under 1 million views. I mean, there are episodes of Dynamite that posted better numbers than what SmackDown did last week. I mean, not recently, but I'm going back a good few years now. But there are episodes of Dynamite that scored higher than what SmackDown did on Friday. So yeah, it is concerning. The big concern is going to be if it kind of stays here when it's time to renegotiate. They're not going to offer WWE a big, juicy, massive contract. They're not going to give WWE all that money that it's used to getting. And so I don't know. I don't know what they do, to be honest. I don't know where the cuts are going to have to happen, but there's going to have to be cutbacks. I don't know. I'm guessing wages get tighter. Maybe even rosters get smaller. Perhaps we don't have as much talent in the Performance Center. We don't have as big rosters as what we've got right now. I don't know. That's all in the future. But, you know, if the TV networks are going to really cut back on how much they offer WWE because the ratings they're delivering are nowhere near where they were, that is a big deal. Because that's where wrestling makes its money. Doesn't make its money so much from tickets, believe it or not. Doesn't make its money from merch. I think tickets and merch came to like 70 million in one of the quarters. And the money they made from TV was like 200 and some million. Like tickets and merch was well down on the money they make from TV. So it still contributes. Don't they? You know, that's why they're pushing up ticket prices and everything. It's still important, but you know, if that TV money gets cut in half, I mean, that's going to be it's going to be a massive hammer blow. So I mean, wrestling has got some real problems on the horizon, but WWE are very fortunate because they've got a very shrewd businessman in Nick Khan, who probably about as good as you can have, really, to navigate these waters. So it'll be very interesting to see kind of what happens. I mean, really, you know, they need the product to be hot. They need to see those views improve. They probably aren't worried too much about it until it gets close to negotiating a new deal. That's when they'll want the ratings to be really popping. So, you know, we're kind of at the beginning of that cycle. This was the first year of the Netflix deal, the first year of the USA deal. So we got a little bit more time. We've got time on our side. But, yeah, ratings, we could have, you know, deep conversations on those, and the numbers just aren't good at the moment. It's really that simple. But it doesn't mean anything really right now. It doesn't mean that wrestling's about to get pulled off the air or anything. I mean, in comparison to a lot of other shows, the ratings are good. It's just compared to where it was, it's not good. James, hello. Daze, Ashby Elegance revealed that she relinquished the title due to a career-ending ACL tear. Really? How does she know it was career-ending? How do we know? That's interesting. Trini said, if you're interested in ratings, it's worth looking at how they calculate it now. The volunteering people wearing a monitor picking up airwaves, I don't think it's as accurate, says Trini. Well, it would definitely be worth looking into, but I heard Dave Meltzer speaking about it because he's like been covering ratings for years, and he was saying like they've got more access to more homes now, and as a result, he believes it's more accurate since the change, and he was saying that as a result, we're starting to see kind of the true number for wrestling. And the true number for wrestling seems to be down on where it was. But there are other sports like baseball that actually are doing better. It seems like the way that it was being worked out before was maybe subduing certain sports. Turns out certain things are more popular than what we thought. And it seems like wrestling is maybe not as popular as what we thought. So, I mean, this is the kind of conversation they'll be having at head office as they try and get their heads around the ratings. And listen, seeing a number for SmackDown that's under 1 million, there's no way of spinning that and saying it's okay. You can make all the excuses under the sun. You can say it was Halloween and all of that stuff. Yeah, and I do expect it to bounce back, but at the end of the day, you're still going to look at a piece of paper that's got 900 and some odd thousand written on it, you know? And that for SmackDown, and that just can't be a good feeling. So, yeah, big concerns on that front. We'll have to see kind of how it develops, but I do expect a bounce back this week. I am expecting it to be a case where we will see a better number, but honestly, a better number might only be 1.1 million. You know, this ain't going to be 1.4, 1.5. I think we're well away from that. So this week, I would imagine we would get back over that million mark. That's what I'm expecting, for us to get back over that million mark. And we'll find out. I think those ratings don't come out until the start of next week, so we'll find out next week. Right. Dave said the ESPN deal has split ratings. WWE are spreading themselves too thin. Well, that has obviously been a factor in America, hasn't it? I mean, some of you are having to subscribe to CW Network, USA Network, Netflix, Peacock, ESPN, you know, all these different places. I mean, I feel like every show is on a different channel. And it's a hell of a thing to ask the consumer. I mean, honestly, WWE, you're right, they've kind of hurt themselves, because if everything was in one place, then people would only have to subscribe to one thing, and then they could watch everything. And I think the viewership would be better. I agree. But WWE obviously have been offered a lot of money to go there for Raw, there for SmackDown, there for the PLEs, there for NXT. And because all these places have offered good money, they've gone, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So you are right. This is a bit of their own doing, because if everything was just on one platform, I agree. I think the viewership would be better. I don't know how much better, but I certainly don't think it would be worse. I think it would be better if it was you only had to worry about subscribing to just one thing rather than all these different things. Yeah, I agree. Jay James said, Daze, the Vault channel is going to stream Survivor Series 1987 on Sunday. Is there any chance of a cheeky stream? I would say there is a chance, yeah. I'd say there is a chance. This weekend, we actually don't have a stream on Saturday because there is no wrestling, no WWE. There is no big boxing. There is UFC, but it's not a very big card. It's not one that strikes me that many people are going to join us for. And to be honest, I've just had a bit of a rubbish week this week because everyone's away. So I've been here on my own looking after the dog. So it means that I've kind of not had as much time that I've been able to really spend on things. So I'm kind of there or thereabouts, but there's just so many little jobs that I need to kind of catch up with. Just loads of just bits, just rubbish, really. Kind of behind the scenes rubbish. That ain't going to make a massive difference, but it just needs to get done. So I was thinking of really spending this weekend to try and get on top of that, and then hopefully go into next week where we can really, make some strides. So, yeah, I think Sunday night doing a little cheeky stream is very possible. Yeah, very possible. Especially as we don't have anything tomorrow. There'll be unseens, but yeah, very possible. I'm also thinking as well about doing a new stream that will go live straight after these streams. The reason for that is because at the moment what happens, and this is one of the things I'm talking about trying to get set up, right? At the moment what happens is I finish this stream and then I go away, I record a video, I upload that video, right? But it struck me the other day as I was recording, why am I not doing this live? Because most of the time, 99% of the time, I tend to do it in just one go, right? I'm very used to just talking, obviously. I do unseens every day. It's not like I make loads of mistakes. So why don't I just do it live? If I do it live, not only can you watch it being recorded and filmed live, but also it goes up so much quicker. I mean, it would be up on the channel about 40 minutes, maybe even an hour quicker than it is right now. It doesn't make any sense for me to end this stream, then record a video, then wait a good 20 odd minutes for that video to upload, for you to then see it, a good hour or so after SmackDown has finished or after Raw has finished. Why am I not just going live 10 minutes after SmackDown? And it doesn't matter if you watch it live or just watch it as a video. It'll just be the exact same thing, but it will be out a hell of a lot quicker. I have no idea why I've not been doing that. But, I mean, I'm not doing that tonight because I don't have a stream set up. I don't have a thumbnail ready. I don't have a description. Or, do you know what I mean? Like, the stuff that would need sorting. But I can sort those bits, sort some generic thumbnails and whatever over the weekend. Maybe even go with it as soon as Raw on Monday. So, I'm really thinking of doing stuff like that. I'm really at this time of year, I always do a bit of an assessment of the channel. And I think there's quite a bit that needs tweaking and changing, to be honest. I think the streams are pretty good, but why am I doing that with posting videos afterwards? Plus, I also think the best part of Unseen is the fun folder. Normally, if anyone's going to talk to me about what was in Unseen, I'm normally having people talk to me about what was in the fun folder. So I'm really thinking about, should I make that a bigger deal? And what does that even look like if we make it a bigger deal? Would it be extreme to do daily fun folder videos? I don't know. This is kind of where my head's at. Thinking if that's the best bit, if that's the bit that people care about the most, and that's the bit people enjoy the most, then why am I burying it at the end of Unseen? Why am I not just giving it its own space, doing it as a separate video, and just putting that out? But then you go, well, what does that mean for the news bit and all of that? And it's like, well, I don't know. So yeah, quite a bit to kind of think about. These are the bits I was talking about this weekend. Like, really sit down and have a think. Like, right, what would it look like? I don't want to flood the channel with videos, but I think there is definitely a change, a tweak that can be made. So always open for feedback or whatever. You can always drop me a tweet or something if you've got any thoughts or suggestions. Dean said, speaking of ESPN, I've got Disney, Hulu, ESPN bundle, but it's not enough. You have to pay like $39.99 a month. Yeah, I agree. And you know what? It's you lot in America that are getting screwed. It's you lot in America that are getting screwed because everything for us is on Netflix. So, we're actually eating really good over here. But unfortunately, I don't think the global fan base is... Well, I don't know what's happening, honestly. I don't know what's happening with the global fan base because the Raw numbers have been very eye-opening. So a lot of countries watch Raw on Netflix now, right? And the numbers are just not that great. I mean, Raw does like 2.4 million, but that 2.4 million is America and most of the world, a lot of the world's watching Raw across like a few days. It's not even just the one night. That's across a few days of like people catching up with it as well. It's really crazy. 2.4 million. I mean, I think it's kind of eye-opening how wrestling is maybe not as crazy as big as what we thought or what I thought. I thought globally it was a lot more popular than this. And I think it is popular. I think there is a lot of people that watch stuff through social media and just keep up with results and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you look at the numbers, you look at the ratings, you look at the ticket sales. Just seems to be a challenge, doesn't it? That's the word at the moment. Everything seems to be hard, seems to be a challenge. Shifting tickets just seems difficult. There's some shows coming up that have got some real low numbers at the moment. You look at the TV viewerships and that's struggling. And it's just, I don't know, there was all this optimism not long ago as records were being smashed. And now all of a sudden it just seems like it's a bit of a struggle. Listen, TKO have massively done it to themselves. I mean, as we've said, ticket prices through the roof. And then, of course, you've got all these different subscriptions that you need in America as well. So it'll be very, very interesting to see where we are in a few years. and just see, has it turned around at all? Has it improved? Are we in a better situation? Have they found a sweet spot for the tickets where, or has it got even more out of control? Don't know. It's very interesting. I do like that side of the business. I know not everyone does. I find that side of the business very interesting because, well, just like all aspects of wrestling, I like the in-ring, I like the promos, I like the characters, I like behind the scenes, I like creative, I like performance improvements, but I like the business aspect, the finances. I'm just fascinated by all aspects. They all kind of fit in with each other. They're all connected. I mean, if the finances aren't doing well, then that goes some way to explain why we're not having big stages, why we're not bringing in all these names, why there are so many cutbacks. You can kind of understand why these things are happening if you know that the finances aren't very good. Everything's kind of connected in some way. So that's why I find all the different aspects of the business to be quite interesting. Jitters said, can we see Jericho as the surprise in the Rumble? Yes. Also, do we think Bron wins, or would you go Bronson? Jitters, shout out to you. I don't know if Jericho is just having us on a bit. I mean, he could do, because his career, his contract ended, and he's free now, or free at the end of the year. Now, whether Tony has just let him have a little break and then he's going to re-sign and they're going to make a big deal about his back, right? And it's just going to be good promotion for AEW, right? That could be happening. And, it'd be quite clever because everyone's talking about Jericho right now. Is he coming into WWE, right? And, of course, as a result, people are talking about AEW. They're getting mentioned. So if Tony has found a way of getting everyone to speak about Jericho and to mention AEW, that is just free press, free promotion, and all he's done is he's just left a gap between the end of one contract and the signing of the next one. And just by leaving a gap of a few months, you've got everyone speculating and everyone talking, and that would actually be really clever. Free promotion. Obviously, when he re-signs with AEW, you'd have a lot of WWE fans disappointed. But, I mean, he's not said that he's coming to WWE. He's not said that that's what's going to be happening. And so, as a result, he hasn't, done anything wrong. So, yeah, really interesting that could be the play by AEW, right? The other thing, though, is that it could be that he is coming into WWE. WWE would take him in a heartbeat, no doubt about that. He's a legend, legendary name. He's got the name value. He hasn't been in WWE for quite a while at this point. I think you're going back 7 years or so, which is crazy to think he's been gone that long. I mean, it doesn't feel that long ago we were enjoying the Festival of Friendship and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, all of that is quite a long time now. So he's been gone a good chunk of time, Jericho. So, for him to come back now would be big deal. It'd be really good. I know that he's very limited, or a lot more limited in the ring now, but you can find a way of presenting him. You can find a way. I mean, they'll shift loads of merch. It'll give a boost to people tuning into Raw. It creates some interesting feuds. He's a great talker. He's still got those abilities. And I think he can still do a match. I mean, you wouldn't have him wrestle on a regular basis. I think you'd just save him for WrestleMania, SummerSlam, blah, blah, blah. But there's nothing stopping him appearing on Raw or SmackDown and talking, because he's an excellent talker. So I think, yes, WWE would be interested. I think if I'm leaning to which way it's going to go, I'm probably looking at the Rumble return. And the only reason for that is because I think he would want to go in the Hall of Fame. And I think he would want to go out on the biggest stage possible. If he's going to end his career, I don't think he's going to end it in AEW. I think he'd want to end it at WrestleMania. The biggest stage, the brightest lights. And I think he'd want to end it there. So I think if we are near the end, just makes a lot of sense for him to come back and have that final run. And that's why I would just lean like 55-45 that yes, he's in the Rumble. But, I mean, honestly, he could absolutely re-sign with AEW, as we said. And it could just be a really clever play by AEW. Kian said, thanks for that amazing member stream. Nearly tears. Oh, it was great, wasn't it? Really enjoyed that. It was one of my favorite championship streams, that actually. Very dramatic, very close. And, yeah, lots going on, and it was really good. I think that is, there's been some times where, it's kind of not been as dramatic, or maybe the question has been maybe a little bit difficult, and, people are just getting a couple of points, some people not getting anything. And, sometimes you go through those streams and you're like, oh, man, like this isn't quite right. But then, you get a stream like we got yesterday, where it just felt like, yeah, this is it. This is how it should be. This is good. This is really good. So I really enjoyed it. So I'm glad you did as well. I hope everyone else that took part enjoyed it. And of course, the good thing is we go again next week. And that's something else I need to do, is get next week's game sorted as well. So that's also on my list for this weekend. Okay, Dustin Rhodes won't come back to WWE, even if it would help Cody. So it's not hard to believe that Jericho would stay with AEW, says Dean. Well, that's true, but I think they're in different positions. Dustin Rhodes has actually spoken about how he felt underappreciated and underutilized. And I don't think his time he loves the Goldust character, but I don't think his time with WWE is one that he actually looks back on with that much fondness. Or maybe he will, but as of right now, the way that he's being treated by AEW is so different to how he was treated in WWE. I think it's actually made him look at how he was treated in WWE, and he's gone, this is how it should have always been. Actually, what I put up with in WWE, I should not have had to have put up with that. I was underappreciated, undervalued, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I think Jericho's a bit different. Jericho always had a relationship with Vince where he was more than happy to just tell Vince what he thought. And, if anything wasn't right, he would speak out against it. I mean, Jericho was fortunate that he made himself this big star. And he had, as a result, a little bit more leeway to just speak his mind. Whereas Dustin Rhodes as Goldust, I think he was always struggling to, get used and actually be featured. And where would he be used? He was a character that would, get TV time. But is he a character that would get opportunity to kind of, get to that next level? No, not really. He was always kind of just a TV guy that was there to just fill out the card, really. And so I don't think he felt he could push back as much. And so I'd say there's maybe a little bit of difference between those two as a result. But Dean is not incorrect. It is true that Dustin has been very vocal online, saying about why would I want to go back to a company like that underutilized me and underappreciated me. But I don't know that Jericho has got those feelings. I don't know that he feels that way. I think Jericho would like to go out at WrestleMania. I think he puts value on that. And it wouldn't shock me that he would go back to WWE. But then equally, it's true. He's been treated really well by Tony. And I think that he helped build AEW. And there is some truth to, why walk away now and go to the competitor when you can just stand your ground, give whatever you've got left to give it to the company that you helped build, and wrap things up and end it there. I mean, it would be a big boost for AEW to have Jericho's last match. That would be a big boost. And Jericho could give them that. I will have my last match in wrestling in AEW, just like Sting did. So, it's going to be very interesting. I think it's close. I could see it going either way. Only Jericho knows. But obviously we've got things like the tour. His cruise has been announced and there's no AEW talent on there at the moment. And, he's put out a couple of little teasers about going to WWE. But again, they could all be red herrings. They could all just be little teasers to get people talking. And the AEW stars could be booked on that cruise as soon as he re-signs at the end of the year. So, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how much you can read into those. That's why, I think it's close. It feels close. If I'm a betting man, though, and I've got 5 shiny English pounds that I can bet, I'll put it on WWE that he goes back there. But I'm prepared to lose that money. Hannah said, Daze, I'm hoping that we go back to a traditional 5-on-5 for Survivor Series. I think that War Games is not great. At very least have elimination to the games. My favourite 5-on-5 when they had big stipulations. Thoughts? Honestly, if I was Triple H, I would walk into the creative room. I would sit down. I'd say we're not doing War Games in 2026. And we're not doing elimination 5-on-5. So you tell me, what are we doing? And I would say that. Because I think that there is an opportunity for something new, exciting, meaningful. I think there's an opportunity. I mean, I don't believe... I mean, the Royal Rumble has been a massive success. Yeah, of course. Everyone loves it. Well, I feel like Survivor Series has a way of being a massive success as well. I don't know how you tweak it or what you do, but I think there is a way that you can make it a lot more meaningful and exciting, and maybe add some element of surprise. I think what makes the Rumble work is that you never know who's coming out next. So it's got that surprise element. Don't really get that at Survivor Series. The only question is who's coming out the shark cage next. Who gives a flip, right? So you don't really get like that surprise element. I wonder if there's a way of introducing like some sort of surprise element to Survivor Series. I think the old 5-on-5, I've seen a lot of them, and to be honest, a lot of them were just okay. I think that it's hard because, you want to have a big stipulation and you want to have something at stake, but it's hard because you need to have a different sort of stipulation every year. And you're going to need to have something that's not just the same as last year. I mean, the best one, the one I loved is 2014, where it was Team Authority, Team Cena. I mean, it was so dramatic. It was absolutely fantastic. If Team Cena won, Team Authority were out. They were no longer in charge. And if Team Authority won, then everyone on Team Cena was fired. And it's hard, isn't it, to kind of see, like, what else could you do, big stipulation-wise? What else could you do? I mean, like, losers leave WWE, losers leave the brand, that kind of stuff, you know? The losing team maybe don't get any title shots in 2026 or something like that. But a lot of people would say, oh, that's stupid. You're just shooting yourselves in the foot by doing that. But I mean, I don't know. You'd have to think of loads of different stipulations so that every year wasn't just the same sort of thing. If you could do that, and don't forget you need to have 2, one for the guys, one for the girls. If you could come up with loads of different stipulations that are engaging and you're covered for the next 10 years, then, well, maybe there could be something into doing a Survivor Series 5-on-5 thing. But I agree with you. If it is just like a bragging rights Raw against SmackDown, I've seen that enough times to know people just don't care. It doesn't mean anything. People aren't bothered. Like, the thing is, you can do Raw versus SmackDown, but the next night it's done. Raw won, well done, and we just move on. It doesn't have any lasting impact. So I agree with you. You need a stipulation where it really does have some sort of lasting impact. That's where the match gets really good. That's where things get really good. But I just don't know if you could come up with all these different stipulations so that you don't just end up with the same thing every year. And if you do end up with the same thing every year, I think that would get repetitive and people would soon be like, get bored with it. So it's tricky. I would be really interested to see what people would come up with for Survivor Series. Just completely new, and just see if there's what else there is that's out there. Because I think there's so many match types that we're not doing. It's hard to believe, isn't it, that you've got a wrestling ring and we've done everything you can with it. I mean, look at the elimination match that they do in the NXT. I can't remember what it's called. It's a Deadline. It's that Iron Survivor, Eliminator Survivor match or something. It's where it's really weird. They kind of come down to the ring, right? Like a Rumble, but the match begins when the first two are in there. And if you get a pin, you get a point. If you get pinned, you have to go into a box for like a minute. The match goes 25 minutes. The person with the most points at the end wins. So you've just got to get pinned. You've got to get submissions. If you get pinned or submitted, you go to the box and you lose a minute of time. And if you are someone that gets a pin, you get a point. And you've just got to get as many points as you can in 25 minutes. And you sort of look at that and go, okay, maybe a bit messy. I don't know if I think there's probably a bit of cleaning up that could be done there, but I get it. I understand. I don't really understand the sin bin bit. Like, why don't you just give them a minus point? If you get submitted, you lose the point. If you submit someone, you gain a point. If you pin someone, you gain a point. If you're pinned, you lose a point. That would be cleaner rather than the sin bin thing that we've got, right? Which I don't think we need. You could just do, like, make it a bit simpler that way. But this is my point. That's a match that only got introduced a few years ago in NXT. I think there are so many matches. You're telling me if we went to AI, ChatGPT, typed in, can you tell me some match types like Royal Rumble, like the an Iron Man match, like all these different match types, the steel cage match, blah 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 blah, right? Hell in a Cell match, elimination chamber match, blah blah blah. Create some new ones. Give me some new match types. Give me 50. I mean, even now, AI would give me 50 new match types that we've not seen before. I bet that 49 of them will be trash. But if there's even just one in there that you go, oh, that's interesting, you only need one. Give me 200. And even if there's just 199 that are garbage, but there's just one in there that you go, okay, no, I do see that actually. Then, that could be interesting, couldn't it? It's been a long time since we brought innovation to the main roster. I feel like, Hell in a Cell's been around since like 97. Rumble's been around since 87, I think. They were trialing it on house shows, Steel cage matches, bloody hell. I mean, they go back to like the 40s, 50s. You can go find steel cage matches. There's just, I don't know, there's just a real lack of innovation when it comes to like trying some new stuff. So I'd be really interested to see what people could come up with now and see what fresh ideas there would be. But I'm with you. I'm done with War Games. I'm so bored of it. I've never liked it. I'll tell you the reason I've never liked it. I've never liked it because it's too PG, and I flipping hate the fact that we bring people into the ring and we have to wait 20 odd minutes to do all that nonsense, right? They'd come down one by one. And then when everyone's in the ring, that's when we start. Like, what the flip? Why are we doing that? I completely agree. There should be eliminations from the very beginning. From the very beginning, people should be getting eliminated. And I don't even know that I would have people in those shark cages. Just put everyone in the ring at once and just flipping go for it. I don't understand the 20 minutes we have to wait for the match to get going. And I know what people will say. They'll say, oh, well, it's because one team has got an advantage. And so, it's all about building the advantage. If you watch War Games, right, go back to any of them. at some point in the match towards the end, you will have one team lined up in a row in the one ring, the other team lined up in a row in the other ring, and this will be a good half an hour into the match at this point. And basically, it's like this is where the match begins now, and everything I've watched is irrelevant. Everything I've watched up until this point is irrelevant because you've got that one team there, and it's like I've already spent half an hour watching this. And right now we're at a point where both teams are standing staring at each other. It's like, oh my God, this is just a waste of time. And there's no roof on the thing, and it's not brutal enough. It's just like it's like some kids' playground. War games, honestly. There's been some okay matches, I will say that. Like, there's been some fun spots, and, you know, like, some of the matches get some good ratings because people just watch them and just have fun with it, but I just think they can be so much better. Yeah, I agree. I'm sort of done with it as well. Matty said, how about if there was like a 4-on-4 at Survivor Series? The winning team becomes a tournament. They go 1-on-1 at Saturday night's main event. The winner of the tournament faces for the World Heavyweight Championship at the Royal Rumble. I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. So the 4-on-4, the team that wins, they then go into a little tournament, and then the winners go. I don't hate that at all, Matty. Yeah. What I like about that as well is the fact that it's got a reason, hasn't it? So if you actually win it, you're then going to go into that tournament. Yeah, I really like that. Matty, I'm down for that. I think that's a really good shout. Because the problem I had with going back to the Survivor Series format is a lot of those matches in the past were just like Raw against SmackDown, or it was just a bragging rights thing. And so I really honestly don't care for those, because the next day it's done. It's over. There is no repercussion. There is nothing that has any meaning to it that sticks around. And you do sort of feel like you just wasted your time, really. The great thing about the Rumble is the winners will have an impact at a future PLE. Whereas with Survivor Series, by the next day it's done, the story moves on, doesn't it? So your idea of the winning team will then go into a tournament, only a small tournament, 2 semi-finals and a final, and the winner of that tournament then goes on to fight for the title at the Rumble. Yeah, I really like it. That means every year there is something really tangible at play. And actually, that would be really interesting, because you would imagine that a lot of the teams would be friends. Roman, Jay, Punk, Jimmy, for example. Then you might end up with like Jimmy versus Roman, Jay versus Punk. Punk wins, Roman wins, and then you've got Roman Punk as a final of a... Do you see my point? Like, they're all kind of friends, aren't they? The only downside you've got is, what about if the heels win? Then you've got a tournament full of heels. That's a problem. Because then you'd have, like, Gunther and, you know, all these heels. Deal with it. Yeah. Deal with it. You'd just do it, wouldn't you? I don't know that would be... Oh, man, would that work if it was a tournament? I mean, it's great if it's baby faces. But if it's heels, does it work? Yeah, just do it. Honestly, I'm open to it. I'm open to it. I do think there's a little bit of an issue there with heels winning. But not an issue big enough where I wouldn't be willing to try it. I suppose it depends on the heels. And you could maybe even have someone turn, couldn't you? You could even have someone turn after, so that you turn them and you've got a baby face in the tournament. They were a heel, but they've turned now. Or it could be one of those heels like Sammy, that when he was in the bloodline is a heel, but people love him. You might even be able to do that. If you plan it in advance and you book it in advance, I'm pretty sure you can find a way around that. So, good, interesting. I like that, Matty. In my mind, Money in the Bank took a big 4 spots over Survivor Series, says Matty. Yeah, a lot of people say that. I think for me, it hasn't, just because of the nostalgia of Survivor Series. Like, it's one of the oldest PLEs, and Survivor Series has given us so many amazing moments. I think Money in the Bank is definitely up there. And again, I mean, look at that. What a fantastic concept. Kind of goes back to what I was saying, you know? I mean, you know, that got introduced in, what was it, WrestleMania 22, was it? When it first got, I mean, that's like 20 odd years old now. So, I mean, even that feels like it's quite kind of a recent development. It's not that recent. It's not that recent. It's like 20 odd years old now. So I kind of feel like that's been a fantastic innovation. People love Money in the Bank and the briefcase and cashing in. I mean, so clever. I feel like we're due another innovation on the main roster. I feel like we're definitely due something new. But I do like Matty's idea there as well, to be honest. That's very good. Dean said, have the group stipulations, but also have individual ones built in. One gets their head shave, one can't challenge anymore, and one has got to do something else, says Dean. Netforce said, what do we think about bringing back managers for wrestlers like we had in the 80s and the 90s? That could make things interesting, and we could have manager stables. So, my understanding of this is that WWE don't feel like managers work so well anymore, and there's a reason for it. It's because in this day and age, you are expected to be able to talk. Back in the day, there was a lot of wrestlers that weren't good talkers, and they weren't really trained to be good talkers. They did it out of necessity, but it wasn't really something that it wasn't like a skill that was being developed. You know, you worked on your wrestling, you picked up some moves. To be honest, I think back in the day, there was this laziness in the sense of you worked out, or you got some size, and, you know, you basically just kind of rode the kayfabe. I mean, because we tried to protect the business and we tried to make people believe that wrestling was real, I think the wrestlers just really leaned on that, because you didn't need to worry about your matches being amazing. You didn't need to worry so much about speaking people into the arenas, because really it should be person A against person B, having a match, who's going to win. And actually putting these two big names in a ring up against each other, right? That is what drew people in, right? And, you know, it didn't matter if the match was slow, because, well, this is the match, isn't it? It's like if you watch Real Madrid against Arsenal, it might end up being 0-0. But, I mean, that's part of football. It could go that way. The match could be a bit underwhelming. It might not be like a 5-all thriller, right? And the thing with wrestling back in the day is that if they wanted to slow it down and just, you know, put a headlock on and, you know, try and wear their opponent down, the fans would still be invested, because they're just waiting to find out who's going to win. Now it's a bit different, because in this day and age, like, we know that it is scripted, and to be honest, a lot of results even leak, or you can sort of figure out where they're going, right? So you might not know the actual result, but if you know that, like, for example, Dominic is meant to be defending his IC title against John Cena at Survivor Series, well, that means Dominic ain't losing at Saturday night's main event. So you can go into Saturday night's main event knowing pretty comfortably Dominic's retaining, right? So, of course, if they then put on a bit of a slow match, and if the promos lead into that match are a bit flat, you're going to really struggle in this day and age, because there's just no interest or intrigue as to who's winning the match. We kind of know who's winning, thanks to the dirt sheets and the internet and, you know, where we are right now. So back in the day, you could get away with not being as good a talker. You still had to talk, but I don't think it was scrutinized like it is now. Back in the day, you could get away with your matches just being what they were, right? Slow, plodding, because people were tuning in to see who's going to win. And that's, you know, really the result was so important the actual match itself, people weren't sitting there scoring them, right? That kind of stuff came along from fans that knew about the business, knew that it was scripted. Like, you know, it came from like Jim Cornette, came from Dave Meltzer. It came from people that knew enough about the business to then start to watch people's performances. It's funny, actually. It came from people knowing kind of where it was going. And so they needed more to kind of, you know, keep them engaged. And so they started scoring the matches. But for most other people that didn't know, they weren't scoring matches. There weren't conversations. People weren't coming out of WrestleMania 1 saying, oh, I think the main event was a 4 or 5-star match, you know? It was about the spectacle, and it was about who won, and blah, 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 yeah? So I think back in the day, managers had to do a lot of the talking, had to bring a lot of the charisma that some of the wrestlers were lacking in. Because the territories, you know, I mean, you weren't getting trained in those things. You were just having to develop your own skills. Whereas now there's a lot more emphasis on training for promos and training for matches. And, you know, the PC, it's undeniable. Look at the quality of talent that the PC is spitting out now consistently. And imagine some of those guys back in the 70s and the 80s. And imagine how they would do. Now, granted, some of them need bigger presentation. You know, your Bianca Belairs, your Tiffany Strattons, you know, these kind of people, Obafemi, Trick Williams, whatever, right? They need, like, bigger presentations, maybe gimmicks, whatever. That's kind of the bit that's missing. But when that bell sounds, they're going to outclass pretty much anyone that's on the roster. I mean, the great wrestling from back in the day is kind of different to what you see now. It's slower, you know, it kind of like builds, you go on a bit of a journey. It's just different, isn't it? Now it's like a million miles an hour, way more gymnastics in wrestling these days, way more high spots. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's just a lot more thrilling now than it was back then. I could understand people going back to the 80s, watching that stuff and like really struggling with it if you're only used to what you see on TV now, because it's got quicker, it's got more agile, it's more high flying. You know, I mean, flipping moonsaults off the top. Do you remember when like Superfly jumped off the top of the cage with that splash? Flipping everyone wet themselves when he just jumped up. You get a spot like that every year at War Games, you know? Big Bronson Reed did it. Yeah, I mean, he knackered his ankle, but he did it. He climbed up and did a splash off the top of the War Games cage. And he's a big boy, right? Go back to the early 80s when Superfly did it, and he's nowhere near as big as Big Bronson Reed. Everyone flipping wet themselves. That was one of the most talked about moments in wrestling history, because everyone's minds was blown. Did you see what the Superfly did on Don Morocco? Jumped off the top of the cage. EO's doing it in a trash can now. Right? So things move forward, of course they do. And I think the feeling is that, you know, now we've got wrestlers that should be able to cut their own promos. And now we've got wrestlers that, you know, should be able to have great matches, and they're more well-rounded than they used to be. And there's just not a need for a group of managers to kind of come in and speak on their behalf. And we've got other wrestlers now that help do outside interference. Managers for a storyline point of view is interesting. So if you go, okay, I understand we don't need them, but what about like if we build up like a Heenan family and we just do it for a storyline and we just do it because it's a different story? I mean, you can do it. It is another expense on the budget to have a Heenan or someone like that. But I mean, I think Heyman has shown that if you get the right person, it is worth doing. But I mean, people like Heyman are, you know, 1 in a million. People like Heenan are 1 in a billion. It's very, very hard to find people that get the business like they do and can talk as well and sell as well as what they do. I don't know, to be honest, that those people are necessarily out there. Because the other problem you've got is that back in the day, you had territories. They were big deals, weren't they? I mean, in all the different states, they would have their own wrestling promotion, and it was a big deal. Not like an indie show where they get a few hundred people. Like, this was on TV. The state would tune in. Florida Championship Wrestling was hot. WCCW was hot in Texas. You know, the Carolinas on fire. You had AWA as well on fire. Like, all the areas were like, and of course, collectively, that was the NWA. Well, all these territories, they were hot. And they had managers. So you had this big pool of managers that you could dig into if you needed. You had Jim Cornette. You had Bobby Heenan. You had all of these managers. You know, WWE had Mr. Fuji. They had the Grand Wizard. They had Classy Freddie Blassie. You know, you had all these managers that were out there. Jimmy Hart, Percy Pringle, that would go on to be Paul Bearer. You had all the managers out there that you could just bring in if you... There aren't any managers out there right now. There's no territories. What's out there now is AEW and a load of indies. And there ain't no managers getting booked on the indies. Because why would an indie promotion want to spend money on a performer that's not going to wrestle? And you can't really build a stable on the indie circuit. So your next problem you've got is, where are you getting these people from? Because back in the day, they were a part of the business. And they were in all the territories, but they ain't there now. Because the territories ain't there now. So I think as the territories died out, as wrestlers had to become more well-rounded in their skill sets, I think that's why, you know, we've seen managers kind of really fade away over the time, to the point now where they're just not really a thing. Certainly not in WWE. I don't know what they do in AEW. I know you've got the odd person around. Maybe old retired managers, wrestlers, could be managers. Old retired wrestlers, if they still want to, you know, stick around and do that. But we've not been seeing that. And we've not seen really an appetite from TKO or even Vince so much to want to, you know, do that. MVP did it for a little bit, didn't he? He did it for a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, it's one of those. If the appetite was there to do it and they felt they had a storyline that they wanted to do it with, then, you know, they can do whatever they want. If they find the right person, which would probably be a retired wrestler, and they had the right storyline, they could absolutely do it. But the problem they've got is there's not this conveyor belt of managers that's out there like there was in the 80s. The wrestlers are a lot more well-rounded, and I don't think they want to really hide their skills. You know, if you can talk, let them talk. Do you know what I mean? That's only going to help their presentation. It's only going to help their brand if the wrestler themselves is talking. So, yeah, lots to dig into there. Lots to dig into. Trini said, my government has approved a budget that has removed a lot of medication that was on my list, including cancer and lupus medication. We've now got to pay for it. They've added $7,800 to my monthly expenses. What? Is that because of the shutdown, Trini? That wouldn't even affect you, though, would it? Well, I don't know. I mean, does that affect medicine and prices around the world anyway? I don't know. I don't actually, because this shutdown in America, I don't actually know what impact that's having globally. I've got to think it's having some sort of impact. Anything that's going to affect America is going to affect the globe. I wonder if it's connected in any way or if it just isn't. I don't know. I think, is it the longest government shutdown now in history? I know that it was approaching to that. I can't believe it's still not been resolved, honestly. Crazy. What Trini was saying might not even be connected, though, to be honest. Loco said Jericho could retire. He could be a manager when he comes back into his retirement. He could do. He does obviously have Fozzy, and he likes to do his cruises. Whether he would be willing, and who knows what the pay would be for a manager as well, because it ain't going to be the same as a wrestler's pay. Would he be willing to do that, travel around and, you know, take that sort of pay cut? I think there's an opportunity to do something there. I'm not disagreeing with it, but I thought it was a good opportunity to just dig into why don't we have managers now? Because it is a subject that's kind of come up before. So my understanding is it's for those reasons. It's why we don't have managers so much anymore. But it doesn't mean that we will never have managers again or can't have managers. I mean, WWE can do what they want if they've got the right story and the right people. So yeah. Jericho could be very interesting. Trini says, no, our budget is being affected by a brewing war in the Caribbean Sea. It's like a Russia, China, Venezuela versus USA thing. Oh, wow. That seems complicated. Is that... Oh, I won't dig any deeper. I'm wondering if it's all to do with like oil prices and tariffs and stuff like this. I mean, all of that stuff, it's having an effect on things. And I wonder if it's like all to do with that. And then you've got people like Trini that are having to pay the price. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. I'm sorry to hear that they're messing you around. Certainly when it comes to like medication, you know, flipping... Not even talking about things that aren't essential. We're talking about flipping essential things. Do wish that some of these governments would just get their flipping acts together. Oh, it's a mess, isn't it? Trini said it's because Trinidad and Tobago has chosen to be aligned with the USA. It's our current gas deals with Venezuela and China that are in jeopardy. And so they've had to revise the budget. Okay, got you. Got you. USA military fighting cartels took over Venezuela, and that sends hard drugs up here, said Loco USA. Akeem said there's lots of different effects to different people. The financial fear and insecurities for upcoming holiday experiences a very strange vibe in the USA. I think it's a strange vibe around the world, but... It's a strange vibe around the world. They're talking a lot over here in... we're not going to get into politics, don't worry. I'm not a very political person. I choose to just stay out of it all because I can't control anything. Or at least I don't feel like I can. So, you know, nothing good's going to come out of us going into politics. But all I can tell you is it's a strange time everywhere. They're talking about our next budget over here and about how there's a hole in it and we need to fill that hole. And it looks like we're going to have tax rises in the UK. And people are, you know, that would break one of the promises that Labour made. And their approval rating is very, very low right now and about to get lower if these tax rises come in. So that's kind of the big talking point over here. And, you know, as a result, people are looking for alternatives. And so people are looking over to Nigel Farage and Reform. And that's like a right party. That is really gaining traction. I even saw that if there was a general election, apparently he would get in. Like, he's not just gaining traction, he's leading. Our next election's not for a long time, though. So, I don't know. Again, I'm not going to get into politics. I'm not interested. But it's a weird time over here. The UK used to have two big parties, Conservative and Labour. Conservative have just absolutely dropped off a cliff after what's happened with COVID and all of that and their handling of it. I think they're like fourth now. And they were one of the major parties. And Labour, the other big party, I think they're third. I think they're currently third. There was a poll that came out the other day that said Reform was number one and the Green Party, who throughout my life have always been just like not even there. Like if they get one seat in the Houses of Parliament, it was like a massive achievement, you know? You would talk about, oh, I'm not going to vote Labour or Conservative, I'm going to vote the Greens, and you'd say it as a joke. Apparently they're the second biggest party now. So so rather than it being Labour Conservative, now it's Reform and Greens, apparently. It's mental. It's mental. The next general election in the UK is going to be flipping bonkers, mate. It is going to be unmissable. It could be the weirdest general election of my life next time around. Because rather than the two big powerhouses of Labour Conservative in my life going up against each other, it could be these two new... Well, I say new. Green's been around for a while, but I think I get more votes in the general election than the Greens have. But now they're the second biggest party. What the flip? Unbelievable. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's wild. It's not just America. It's I think everywhere's going through a mad phase right now. There's just so much mad stuff happening, isn't there? So much mad stuff going on. That's why we love wrestling. It's a great escape. Hannah said, Daze, my idea would be to make the Rumble seem like it's difficult to get into. Okay. Therefore, have some qualifying matches with story build-up. Winner of the 5v5 gets entry into the Rumble. Well, the only problem you'll have with that is what about the surprises? People love the surprises. So you couldn't have them qualify, could you? And if you was only having some people qualify and others not qualify, then, of course, you're going to have people questioning, well, why did they get in and they didn't get in? And, you know, blah, blah, blah. So that would be the kind of issue I would foresee if you went down that road. Bones, hello, said, I'm kicking around the idea to go and meet the great Muta and Sonny Ono on Sunday. I think this is a rare opportunity. What's your opinion? My opinion is that if you are thinking about it and it's something that really matters to you, like, I mean, I think that Sonny is someone that I don't know that I would go out my way to meet, but the great Muta is. I think that it's hard, honestly. I think that there might be opportunity again in the future because he's retired now. And so as a result, I could see him like coming around and doing, you know, the odd convention, whatever. What else has he got to do, really? And he is a legend. So you might get another opportunity. But I would say if it's on your mind right now, and it's something you really want to do, I'd do it. Because there's no guarantee, is there? There's no guarantee. But now that he's retired, I would imagine that he will be kind of doing the rounds a little bit more and, you know, be available a bit more. So, but honestly, if it's something you really want to do, I would say just do it. There's no point in waiting, as long as you can budget for it. Because I would imagine that's not cheap. I think if I was at, like, say, For the Love of Wrestling, which is the big convention we have, and Great Muta is there, depending on the price, I would go and meet him. He is an absolute legend. One of the I mean, not the biggest name in Japanese wrestling history, but if someone was to tell me he's on the Mount Rushmore, I wouldn't massively argue it. I think there's lots of great names. Inoki, of course, Baba, of course. But I think Great Muta is, you know, Liger. But Muta's there or thereabouts. So, yeah. I think if it's one that you like really, should I, shouldn't I? I'd be tempted to do it. Okay, Delwyn. Hello, my friends. Wow, really appreciate the support, Delwyn. Really appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone that's joining us. I want to try and get through as many thoughts as possible. So get your theories in, your thoughts in. We'll chuck them around. We've still got over half an hour. I know we've got stuck into some big topics there. We spoke about managers. We've spoke about ratings. We've kind of dug into a few pretty big topics. I want to try and speed run a few things as we get towards SmackDown. Darwin said, Daze, I got some big news to say. Okay. I never thought I will get this year till the end of 2025, but I am going to meet John Cena for a photo, an autograph, and a Q&A at Liverpool Comic Con next weekend. Can't believe I'm going to meet my childhood hero. Well, Darwin, congrats. If memory serves me right, those tickets are all of that sold out in like 24 hours. I seem to remember seeing them go on, like, I didn't see it until it had sold out. But my understanding is that they just absolutely flew as soon as they were available. And, yeah, crazy. Like, just have a fantastic time. You're very, very fortunate because, I mean, I didn't even see the announcement of them going on sale. I just saw the announcement that it was all now sold out, which, you know, to go and meet John Cena, I know it was quite a price, but you have to expect it's going to be quite a price to meet the GOAT, you know? So, yeah, that's amazing, Delwyn. Just have the best time, my friends. I really hope you make sure you get some pictures and, you know, show us that one of you with John. I'd love to see it. Madison says, hi, Daze. Hello, Madison. Hope you're well. Bone said, I think it's like $200 for a VIP. Honestly, I mean, in this day and age, that doesn't strike me as unreasonable. Maybe going back, you know, 5 years ago, you might think it's unreasonable, but everywhere I'm looking now, ticket prices are just getting so much more expensive. I think it's one of those that's very special. You obviously save up for it. You obviously, you know, have to kind of cut back on a few other bits and bobs to be able to afford it. But, you know, it's one of those that once you get that moment, get that picture, you know, that's something you can treasure for a lifetime. I think it's worth it, honestly. But I think it's worth it as long as it's someone that you really, you know, care about, and it's someone that you had a lot of memories watching. You know, I wouldn't worry about doing that to meet The Undertaker, for example, or Shawn Michaels. You know, these are people that I grew up watching that I've got such an affection for, that, like, to me, that picture, that moment, the ability to say thank you in person to them, which doesn't matter to them, but it matters to me. That means a lot. And to have the picture afterwards would be worth, you know, however, $300. Well, I don't know what The Undertaker charges. I know that you can do it, can't you, at the One Man Dead Man show or whatever. That show he does, I think he's got a VIP package where you can get a picture, whatever, which I think is, you know, we're talking hundreds of dollars, of course. But yeah, 200. Great Muta, Sonny Ono. Doesn't strike me as massively unreasonable, let's put it that way. So, you have to let us know what you decide. Big Time said, Daze, a lot of fans have soured on Cody at this point. His picture is being used in thumbnails, attributing to the ratings drop and attendance for SmackDown, doing 4.2 last week and 6.2 tonight for upcoming low advances. Yeah, but you know my feelings on this, you know? You know my feelings on this. I don't think like other content creators. I have my own opinions. I don't follow the herd. I have the ability to watch the show and kind of make my own mind up. And I just don't see what Cody has actually failed at. I see that his run has failed, but I think it's unfair to put that blame onto him when I think the creative has been so bad this year, not just for him, but for pretty much everyone. I mean, it's crazy to me how we can look at 2025 and we can look at how bad Raw has been and how bad SmackDown has been and how bad WrestleMania was and how bad John Cena's heel run was and how bad the Vision have been booked and how bad the Raw Tag Division has been booked. And just, I mean, the list goes on and on, doesn't it? The list goes on and on. And you can just, like, you can look at how the MFTs have been booked. You can look at how the Wyatt Six have been booked. And you can just kind of, I don't even have to think. I'm just pulling out names. And it doesn't really make any difference. Because pretty much everyone's been booked poorly. There's not many people that have been booked well. I mean, I'd say maybe an EO. And maybe Sammy's Open Challenge, you know. But really, the majority of people have not been booked very well. And Cody's part of that group of having not been booked very well. But because he is the face of the company, because he is the quarterback, as he likes to call himself, you know, because his booking is the one that stands out the most. His booking is the one that people look at and, you know, fixate on. And I agree, it's not been booked well. Where I disagree is whose fault it is. And as I keep saying, like, for me, if the rest of the show was really good, Raw was good, SmackDown was good, we had loads of great things going on, and then you had Cody coming out, messing up his promos, messing up his matches, being, like, you know, having a good story to get his teeth into, but it's just not landing, I'd be right there with those people. But I just don't see the creative that he gets given. I don't see what he is messing up. And I just don't put the blame necessarily on him. But it's the truth is the same. I mean, there's enough fire now. You know, there's enough people hating on Cody. There's enough heat in the kitchen where it doesn't matter whose fault it is. The kitchen's on fire, right? The house is burning down. Doesn't matter who started it. It's happening. So at some point, we're going to have to put some water on this thing, right? We're going to have to try and save the house. And if that means taking the belt off Cody, then we're going to have to do that. As I said before, it's irrelevant whose fault it is. If the perception is this run, it's not working and it's boring, then, you know, which I don't disagree with, then, well, you know, we'll have to change. The only difference is I don't think that changes anything. I don't think you put the belt on Drew and all of a sudden we're going into amazing creative, because I blame creative, and I think creative are the problem. I think you can change the title, change the champion. You're still going to end up with a mid-champion who's having a mid-boring run and still having mid-stories. And it's still going to be flat and bland and boring. It's just going to be a different face. So that's where I disagree. So, but I think because there's enough thought out there and people are saying that it's Cody's fault, that it's just really easy, innit, to put Cody as the thumbnail and for him to take the fall. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really look at like what other content creators are doing genuinely. I would never want to rely on that. I mean, I'd feel like if I did that, I would be doing it because I would feel like I don't know what I'm watching, maybe, and I need a second opinion or something, you know? I don't really ever feel like I need that, so I don't really ever go out my way to watch it. The only things I ever tend to get, you know, are like Brian Alvarez or Wrestling Observer, little shorts on my YouTube feeds. I see that more than anything else. Like Brian Alvarez sat there making a little comment. I tend to only see those on my little shorts feeds. Other than that, my YouTube is a lot of music, a bit of Man United chatter, Wrestle with Andy, of course, GOAT. What else is on there? There's a couple in America that I like that do reactions. I like those two. They react to British TV shows. Sometimes I just chuck that on in the background. They're called Regeneration Nation. Rubbish name. But they're just a married couple that watch British TV shows and react to them. And I've watched a few of their videos. They're just a nice couple. And I sometimes just put that on as like background. Sometimes I just go to Netflix and just put on just some random old wrestling show, WWE show, and I'll just have that on in the background as well. So yeah, I'm certainly not worrying about what those kind of the content creators that are just trying to grab your attention, you know, that kind of thing. I don't really dig into that. So Daze, there is a saying that the world champion does take responsibility when things are going well. Historically, if we point to the creative and the world champion, oh yeah, massively. That's where I agree. That's where you look. The champion is the one that drives the ticket sales and drives the attendance and all of that. I agree, and I agree it's not right. But I don't blame Cody. I don't say it's Cody's fault. It's a little bit like saying, you know, back in the mid-90s that, you know, Bret Hart wasn't a very good wrestler or wasn't very good at his job because the business was flat. But it wasn't really Bret Hart's fault. You know, the stories they had and the characters they had and, you know, where the business was just in a real slump. You know, mid-94, 95, even like 96... 93, 94, 95, these aren't great years for WWE at all. They're years that mean a lot to me, though, because they're the years I got into wrestling. But they, you know, historically are awful. It's Hulkamania is over and Attitude Era has not begun. That new generation, periods, it's awful. People hate it. But, you know, who are the faces of that? You're looking at Diesel, you're looking at, which is Kevin Nash. Look at what he would go on to achieve with NWO. Shawn Michaels. I mean, look at the career he would have. Bret Hart. Look at the career he would have. These are great people, but business was flat at that time. Business right now is struggling a little bit. Ticket sales, I think we can agree, though. If the prices were cheaper, we would be able to sell more tickets. I do think there is a bit of an exception when it comes to attendance right now, and that is that we've inflated ticket prices. I just think the overall product is really flat. And, Cody is the one as the quarterback that's taken the blame for that. So I don't agree with it. I don't say it's his fault. But it is true that back in the day, the old rule was that if tickets were down, houses were down, then, you look to the champion. And that's kind of the first thing that you would want to sort out. But, to be honest, he only won the belt back since SummerSlam. Before that, it was Cena's fault. So are we going to blame John Cena? He did have an awful run as heel. But it's just, I don't know. I think it's more complicated. It's not as simple as just going, it's Cody's fault. If the tickets do go lower, then they could have above 1 million in sales. Well, I heard actually Nick Khan saying that he's very confident that the John Cena event in December is going to be the highest grossing show in history, in wrestling history. He says that's going to make more money than any wrestling show. Think about that, because that's in an arena. It's not even a stadium. It's going to make more money than any WrestleMania, any wrestling event in history. They will make more money from those tickets in that arena for Cena's last match than any wrestling show ever. It's on track for that, apparently. Or at least that's what he's claiming at the moment. He said it'll be the most profitable gate in wrestling history, which is wild. Very excited. I think that's one that doesn't bother me. I don't care what they charge for that. That's John Cena's last match. I don't think you can really expect those tickets to be cheap, I think you should have, in his career, had an opportunity to go and see John wrestle live. And I would like to think that we've all had that opportunity. I mean, granted, if you're in WWE, come over to the UK once or twice a year. So for us that are on the circuit, I've been to see John. I've seen John live. I've seen him a few times. House shows and 2000. Was he there in 2008 Raw? I can't remember. I went to Raw in 2008. And I certainly saw him at a fair few house shows that I went to as well. And I had an opportunity to see him. So I think, as long as you've seen him, then great. But I don't think you could expect to afford a ticket to that last John Cena match. That is like, do you know what I mean? That's like flipping Tom Brady saying goodbye to football. It's like Babe Ruth saying goodbye to baseball. The tickets for that are going to be inflated. Supply and demand, yeah? So I totally get that. Nishi said, I agree. I think the writers are not on the same page, or they've just collectively got some writer's block, said Nishi. Yeah, honestly, I spoke, didn't I, earlier about trying to think about some little tweaks to the channel. And the part of the reason for that is because I actually don't want to be... I was really I'll tell you what happened. I saw a thumbnail, right, to a Stevie Richards video where he was criticizing something. And I think, who's the guy that is the co-host? Is his name James? Actually, I like that guy. He used to do it with Dutch Mantel, and now he does a show with Stevie Richards. And I think he's a British guy. He's called James, I think. He had a video out, and he was criticizing something. And it was like, this is crazy or whatever, right? And I was looking at it, and I was like, I don't want to be that. That's not what I want this channel to be. I don't want to be someone that posts videos that's criticizing. Listen, when we talk wrestling, it's impossible. There is no way we can talk about the shows and just talk nothing but positive. I really feel like I am as balanced as, I can be. I have no problem criticizing creative. I have no problem saying if a promo was not that good, or a match wasn't that good, or presentation's not good. Like, I ain't changing that. But like, I don't want content that I put out on a regular basis to be negative. Like, there's got to be something in, we love wrestling, and even if you're going through a bit of a rough patch with WWE, our love for wrestling still remains. Do you know what I mean? I love wrestling, and my love of wrestling has not diminished. It's just I'm not eating as good as I was maybe a year or two ago. But where is the good? Where can we find the good? Do we have to just slightly look elsewhere or something? Like, this was my thought process when I was like, man, rather than starting unseen with, like I had to yesterday, some moody news, which was like, this is what's going on with Ridge Holland. Wrestlers aren't going to get paid extra for working AAA TNA. Plus, also in the past, we've had to talk about Vince, Janelle Grant, all that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, I know it's part of wrestling, but like, even I'm like, oh, this isn't what I started a YouTube channel for. This isn't the stuff that really, do you know what I mean? I don't want to sit here and be talking about this. So I'm like, maybe just, what about if I just like go big with the fun folder? Perhaps that's better, Perhaps I do a fun fold. Perhaps I drop an episode that's just nothing but fun stuff to do with Rhea Ripley. And then the next day I do one that's nothing but fun stuff on Jey Uso. And then the next day I'll do nothing but fun stuff on Roman Reigns. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that's better. Maybe that's fun. Maybe that gets us out of this little rut. Not that we're really in a massive rut, but like, I don't want to be like, do you know what I mean? I want to enjoy wrestling. You want to enjoy wrestling. It's a great escape for people. So that's kind of where my head was. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I don't know what the right way forward is with all of that. I do feel like, though, it's very easy to get dragged into the negativity. And it's very easy to get dragged into the, oh, this sucks, that sucks, Because there is a lot that's missing at the moment. But then equally, I don't want to run away from that as well. I mean, I will talk about anything on these streams. You know that. We have all sorts brought up, don't we? And we don't shy away from them. I pride myself on, we'll talk Janelle Grant if you want. We'll talk Vince McMahon. We'll talk Benoit. We'll talk about it. I mean, this would be a boring place if we were like, oh, no, we don't talk about that here, So I ain't changing that. But, like, when it comes to the other videos on the channel, could we make it more fun? Because that's what the channel is missing. It's missing fun. It's all very serious and newsy. So, yeah, that's kind of where my head's at. But I agree, Nishi. I do think there's something a bit off with the creative at the moment. We've spoke about it many, many times. And my hope is that 2025 had moments, definitely. AJ Lee's return, John Cena's return, John getting number 17, a really interesting Seth Rollins cash-in. We got the second Evolution event, which was great. Loads of really enjoyable matches. There's moments this year. We can't say we didn't get anything this year. We definitely did. Definitely did. But the week-on-week booking of Raw and SmackDown has been poor. It's been below average. It's not captivating. It doesn't make you want to tune in the next week. There's no cliffhanger. There's no story that people are really invested in. What's the story that people really care about right now? I mean, it's probably John's last match, isn't it? And we already know who that's going to be against, if rumors are to be believed. So we're just waiting for December. I mean, Survivor Series looks like a hodgepodge of people, doesn't it? Even Survivor Series teams is like, well, let's just gather all them people, and we'll gather all them people, and we'll just put them in a cage. So, fine, whatever, right? Survivor Series will be fun. It'll be fine. Yeah, but everyone's waiting for John's last match. My hope is we draw a line under 2025. We go, do you know what? There was some goods. There were some bads. The weekly shows were below where we wanted. Clean sheet of paper in 2026. where, you know, we have started a few things, but next year, can we really capitalize on them? You know, the Wyatt Six are on TV regular now. Can we get the Wyatt Six that we were looking for, please? The vision have started. Can we get the vision that we're looking for, please? Cody's currently champion. If he's going to be champion in next year, can we give him better stories? Can we really push the boundaries a bit more? Yeah? Make it more exciting. Think about The Rock whipping Cody in the rain. Where has any of that been this year? Any of that? I think the closest we got to a Cody being whipped in the rain was maybe Logan Paul punching John Cena outside. Do you remember that? And it got botched because of the camera angle. So when they showed it again in America, they showed a redone version of it. That was good. That was fun, actually, the fact they did that. That's probably the closest example we've got this year to some big dramatic happening out in the parking lot. Even Jade getting attacked was last year. The tsunami to Braun was last year. I think it was last year, wasn't it? It wasn't the year before. Certainly wasn't this year. There was no like whipping in the rain. I think, was there a choke slam on top of a windscreen maybe that between Damian and Drew? I think that happened at the O2 in London as we were building to WrestleMania. I think we had that. This is what we're dealing with. That's as exciting as it got. That's been as exciting as it's got. So clean sheet of paper next year, and we go again and we see if they can really build on the little shoots that have kind of come through in 2025. Carr said, Daze, Wyatt Six should face the AAA Tag Team Champs because the Wyatt Six need to become AAA Tag Team Champs. Well, not fine. I would be looking for us to do a Firefly Funhouse type thing with them. I really want to see where Nikki sleeps, right? Not in a pervy way, not in I'm going to peer through her window way, but where does she live? What does she do when she gets back home? Does she take the mask off and go, and what does she think about? How much of Nikki is there? How much of it is Abby? What does she do of an evening? Same with Dexter, same with Gacy. These are characters that live in like a world we believe is cabins in a wood. I mean, we got so much more out of Nightbirds. We got so much more out of Nightbirds than we've had ever since. You know? I don't know anything more about these characters than what Nightbird told me. I mean, we had a little bit of interview tapes last year as well, but oh my God, if we was to round up everything we learned this year about the Wyatt Six, right? All the little character development bits, it would probably fill an egg cup. Honestly, we could put a little bit of that in and that in, a little bit of that in. I don't even know that we'd fill an egg cup with little bits of information, right? Last year, we had a swimming pool because we had all the Nightbirds and we had all the interviews and we were finding out loads about who the group is, why they've come together. We had therapy sessions. We had all this. We had a swimming pool of information. Now we're looking inside an egg cup and we're even trying to see if there's anything in there. If we're going to look at what 2025 has delivered compared to 2024. 2026, I want to go back to the swimming pool, please. Yeah, I want to develop these characters. I want to be able to swim in their world. That is what is missing. You could swim in Bray's worlds. Firefly Funhouse. What's behind the door? People, feuds, characters, Funhouse Bray coming into the real world. The Fiends, the puppets. Alexa joining up, playgrounds. It was just this. It felt like a world. Felt like its own world. We did some world building. Need to do world building with the Wyatt Six. We've said it so many times, and we're not the only ones saying it. I mean, you only need half a brain. You don't even need half a brain. You don't even need a brain. It's so... A lot of this stuff is so painfully obvious that it's like, it's actually embarrassing to say it. I honestly, I find myself repeating myself, and it is so... No one is watching this going, yeah, you're right. You're right. Everyone's like, yeah, we know. I don't even say anything that people don't know. I just say stuff people know, and they go, Creative know this. They know this. I just don't know why they don't do anything about it. I don't know why they don't do anything about it. Honestly, it makes you want to pull your hair out. It's like, what? How? Are they just... Is there not enough of them? Do you reckon they're just run off their feet? Do you reckon they're just running around and it's just madness and they just can't address some of the problems? They haven't got the time. I just don't know. I mean, when you watch them reel and they're all just sat around a table and they're all like chilled and, do you know what I mean? Taking their time. Well, it didn't seem like madness then, did it? When you watched WWE Unreal and there's like, 6, 7, 8 of them around a table and they're all chatting about the Rumble and they're all just like, well, I'll tell you what we could do, right? I'll tell you what we could do. How about you go a bit quicker, yeah? How about you get that bit done? Because you got other things you need to sort, right? How about you go in that room with ideas already? Honestly. Free slaps on site. It's so frustrating. But as I said, I don't want to be negative. This is why I'm thinking we need more fun on the channel. Yeah, that's what we need. Wrestler Andy, hello. Did you see that they're doing Survivor Series 87 on Sunday? Yes, I did. And I am tempted. We don't have a stream tomorrow. I love going back and, watching like the 80s stuff and, those characters. They're just larger than life. I know the wrestling is, not going to set the world on fire. Survivor Series 87 is not held in high regard for its in-ring action. But it's just got some of the best characters. Just some great over-the-top characters. So looking forward to digging back into that. Barring some sort of minor disaster, I can totally see us doing a stream for that, yes. Right, Ashma said, Daze, quick question. Yes. Is SmackDown show scheduled for the 28th taped? That's a good question. That's Thanksgiving, isn't it? Is that Thanksgiving? Yeah, let's have a look. WWE making change to upcoming SmackDown taping. WWE is switching things up for Thanksgiving, and it's good news for wrestlers. According to WrestleVotes, the company has officially decided to give talent the day off on Black Friday. They're going to tape the November 29th episode of SmackDown in advance. To make it happen, WWE is going to hold a dual taping, at the Ball Arena in Denver on Friday, November 22nd. The company will film the live episode and the Black Friday edition, and that will free up the roster so that they can spend Thanksgiving weekend at home. So that was posted on September 18th, 2025. That news coming from WrestleVotes, that it looks like on the 22nd, they're going to do the live SmackDown, and then they will do a taping, and the taping will air the week after. So that's the plan for SmackDown. And honestly, I know that we moan about tape shows. I've said before, I don't begrudge the wrestlers having holidays off. You won't get any complaints out of me for that. But there was last year a time where we were doing tape shows like 2-3 weeks before the holidays. And that didn't make sense to me. I couldn't understand that. That's where I struggled. I was like, why are we doing it this far out? And honestly, some of the answers I got was, oh, can't you just be happy that the wrestlers are getting more time off? And it's like, tape shows suck, though. They really suck. Like, the results get leaked. People then don't watch the shows, right? And so, do you know what I mean? Like, it sucks. It's not as good. It ruins the show. But I do feel like there needs to be a balance. Tape shows are not a good thing. We don't go, oh, tape show, that's great. Can't wait for that. It sucks. But I do not begrudge the wrestlers having Christmas, having Thanksgiving. Do you know what I mean? No problems. No problems. But can we just find a balance where we're not like, doing tape shows for like 3 weeks? So, yeah, I have no issue with this. No problem. Yeah, it sucks. We're not a fan of tape shows. But, fair is fair. They've got families. They've got kids. And they want to spend their holidays with their families. Yeah, fine. No problem. No issue, baby. Right. What week I watched Raw and SmackDown, Dynamite and Collision, said Uji. Is that how you say it, Uji? You watch all those every week, do you, buds? Busy week. Jordan said Triple H needs to step up, needs to make creative matches, not as boring, like the same match over and over again with the same wrestlers. It does get so boring, says Jordan. Well, Jordan, shout out to you, my friends. Just know that a lot of wrestling fans this year have had their struggles. I feel like every stream we touch on it at some point. But, I am genuinely, I do get people asking me, like, are you being serious when you say you're optimistic for next year? And my answer is yes, I am optimistic for next year. Because just because we missed this year with certain things doesn't mean we're going to miss next year with certain things. I mean, I sort of feel like you take the lessons of this year. You tried some stuff and it didn't land. Some stuff takes time. Like the vision are going to take time to work. And so some stuff is just a case of, it's going to take time. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. It's not worked, but maybe it starts working by the time we actually get to next year, And if it clicks and it starts working, brilliant. One thing I can tell you is no one wants this to work more than Triple H and WWE. So I have confidence that where it's not worked, they are going to be doing what they can to improve it and turn it round. So that's, where part of my confidence comes from. And I do see next year as just a clean sheet of paper. And I do think as well, that actually we have relied a lot on John's farewell year this year. And we know that mistakes were made there, or I believe mistakes were made. I mean, it's personal, obviously, preference. I was never a fan of the heel run. But, we don't have that next year. We can't rely on that next year. So we have to do some stuff creative next year. We can't just rely on John saying goodbye, So, I get some optimism from that as well. Robbie said a week off for Thanksgiving, and then it's Survivor Series on the 29th, and that's the first day back. I actually don't know when Thanksgiving is, to be honest. But I know that Survivor Series is obviously very, very close. It always has been. So it's a bit like football. I mean, here in the UK, the footballers tend to play on Boxing Day, which I always thought was a bit harsh, to be honest. This year, apparently, there's only one game on Boxing Day. But, yeah, it's one of those. They do kind of put the sports on. I mean, I don't know about football, if football's ever on a Boxing Day or anything. But they do tend to put them on at certain times where they know, obviously, a load of people are at home. And, people are at home for Thanksgiving, so Survivor Series kind of slots in. People at home on Boxing Day, so the football tends to be on. So giving the wrestlers a chance to spend some time with their families very important. So that's why no complaints from me in regards to, the wrestlers having some time. Okay, here we go then. SmackDown is beginning, my friends. James said, yeah, it is. It's Man United Newcastle on Boxing Day, and it's going to be an 8 p.m. kickoff. Thank you, James. Kind of sucks, doesn't it, if you are a player in those teams? I mean, you can't really enjoy your Christmas day. I mean, you can't be having beers and getting wasted because next day you got flipping a game, an important game. I always thought that was a bit moody, but, well, you know, they're young. You have to make your money whilst you're young and you're a footballer. And you've got plenty of Christmases, hopefully, when you've retired that you can enjoy. Right, we are underway then with this show. Jay said, it's been a stressful day for me. This SmackDown had better not disappoint. Logan's B said, do we think that Jade's next feud is going to be... Who do we think it's going to be? Especially since she's got the title now. Do we think that Bianca will return soon? Well, actually, The Last Unseen touched on Bianca. The belief is right now it's early 2026 for Bianca. So I think we're looking at a situation there where it's going to be early 2026. We have actually touched before on Jade and actually about the kind of lack of opposition there is. She might have to find herself in a bit of a nothing feud in the short term. Because honestly, on SmackDown, there's not loads of options. Some of the best options on SmackDown are like Charlotte and Alexa, but obviously they're both in like a tag team at the moment. So, I mean, she might have to just sort of make do a little bit with like a feud that very obviously she's not going to lose the championship in. But, you know, I think that... I don't think that it would be Tiffany, to be honest, because I think the word on the street is Tiffany's going to be like stepping away for a bit. But the kind of name that I'm thinking is like a Michin, you know? A Michin who is a babyface, clearly not going to win the title, but is someone that can just kind of slot in, do a bit of a feud with Jade's. Because honestly, we haven't got loads of big names babyface-wise on SmackDown. Charlotte and Alexa are two of the biggest, and they're obviously very much involved in the tag division. And I don't think they would take the belt off Jade this early anyway, to be honest. So whoever she faces first is probably not defeating her for the belt. So, you know, you've got to try and find a way of putting someone in there that's credible, a babyface, but not someone that is realistically going to be getting that title. There's not loads of options, honestly. SmackDown not drowning in loads of women. Obviously, Naomi kind of left. Bianca's out injured. Charlotte and Alexa are in a tag team. I mean, Julia, Kiana are both heels. Chelsea's a heel. Kind of dealing with, like, B-Fab. B-Fab, Michin. Those kind of names. Wyatt 6, American Nightmare, shout out to you. Firing in some Wrestling Daze gifted memberships. Really appreciate that, my friends. I think there was a lot of fun had on the members side this week, and, you know, long may that continue. And for all the members, don't forget this Wednesday, right? Cody's coming down to the ring, by the way. But this Wednesday, it is your videos. That's where you send in a video to the channel and we watch it. And you get like 2-3 minutes to kind of talk about wrestling, share an opinion on wrestling, talk about your history with wrestling, show a collection off. Doesn't even have to be wrestling. If you've got loads of labubos or whatever they're called, I'll happily watch a video where you talk passionately about your collection. Maybe you got a load of Transformers. Maybe you got a load of He-Men. I don't know. Action Men. Maybe it is like pop vinyls, wrestling merch. Just a great way to kind of introduce yourself, really. Put a face to a name. We're doing that Wednesday. You can send your video over, and this is for members because it's on the members' side. So sadly, non-members won't get a chance to see this. But you can send your video over to wrestlingdaze@gmail.com. And yeah, should be good. Okay, Cody is in the ring. We've got a sign in the front row asking for Tommy Rich to go into the Hall of Fame. Okay, Cody's all fired up. Sign in the crowd says Drew got screwed. Great reaction for Cody, you know. Lots of cheers. We can talk about Saturday night's main event. Boos for Drew. Yeah, the reaction to Cody, obviously very interesting. Okay, we got a Cody Rhodes chant that's breaking out. Cody with a smile on his face. He said that it was Drew that introduced the title into the match. I think this is going to mean quite a lot to Cody. It's not the loudest chant. It's not the loudest chant, but following the controversy, having the crowd cheer him and having a Cody chant, I think that's going to mean a lot. Drew gets mentioned. Drew gets booed. This is interesting. So Cody's saying that he had no reluctance. I don't think Drew's going to move on. Mm-hmm. Okay. Cody wants to sit with the fans. Wow. Oh, it's okay. It's a bit random. Crowd is still very much with Cody. Cody said he's moving on. I'm not sure that Drew's going to, but Cody is going to watch the rest of this show with the fans. Okay, here's Alistair with Zelina. Alistair's ready for something new. Boos. Oh, right, he hasn't made it out the ring. He managed to get one leg out the ring, but now Cody's back in the ring. Alistair Black's coming down. It feels a bit too soon for Alistair. I'm not down on this for like a Saturday night's main event or something, though. It doesn't scream Survivor Series. Zelina gets between Cody and Alistair. Let's see what Zelina's got to say. Zelina slaps Cody. This is all a bit... What's going on here? Okay. What are you thinking, Nick Aldis? Okay. Cody, Alistair, tonight. Is the belt on the line, though? Is the belt on the line? Anyone know if the belt's on the line? I don't think it is. They didn't say it was a title match. Jay said these two put on some bangers in AEW. I'm not against running it back. Black isn't beating Rhodes, but you can't complain if you're complaining about repeat matches and not taking chances, says Mayor Pete. Daryl said, I want this feud, but not when Damian Priest is still a feud with Alistair. Well, that's the concern, isn't it? I mean, the problem you've got is that Cody hasn't moved on from Drew, and I don't think Damian has moved on from Alistair. So it just screams outside interference, doesn't it? There is Jade Cargill. We're just watching the superstars arrive. We just saw Chalexa. Oh, there he is. Look, the Mad Dragon. The Mad Dragon. Ilya Dragunov. Oh, I just saw a smiley JD. Oh, hello. Tamatonga. Yeah. He didn't even do it. I did it. He didn't do it. Those two confronting each other. Here comes Ilya. Here comes Ilya. Mate, this is going to bang. I'm feeling it in my waters. This is going to be a banger. And we don't even know what the match is. It doesn't even matter. Ilya Dragunov against... Julian said, Daze, have you watched Chris Van Vliet with Grayson Waller? I haven't. The way that he does kayfabe is the way that it should be done in the modern wrestling era, says Julian. Julian, shout out to you, but I'm guessing he kind of stayed in character, did he? And was going off on other wrestlers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Do you know, I tell you, I find it quite confusing about how there are superstars that have social media accounts. And sometimes they post about personal things. And then sometimes they post about their, like, things to do with their character. And I find that quite jarring. I think it would be better if it was all just character stuff, you know? It must be tempting, though, if you've got something big that you want to shout about and promote that's personal to you, and you've got a platform to do it on, you know? I can understand that. But, like, yeah, I agree. I think it is we haven't quite worked it out. I don't feel like we've quite worked out social media, how to best use it for the wrestlers. And also, like, you know, in interviews, when are you in kayfabe? When aren't you in kayfabe? It's a bit of a mixed bag. I mean, if you're telling me that he's gone on and done an interview kind of as a character, I mean, obviously there's lots of wrestlers that go on and just don't do that. So it's messy, isn't it? There's not really any rule that's in place. So I've not seen it, but sounds interesting, and it sounds like it's very worth a watch. So Julian, thank you, my friend. Interesting, thought-provoking. Kind of would lead us into a big conversation about kayfabe and should it be protected better, even though people know it's scripted. That surely doesn't mean you just completely abandon it 24/7 on social media or in interviews and whatever. Should it be better protected on those platforms, in those places? It's a big conversation. It's probably not one we're going to dig into now. It's one of those we'd probably get into in those couple of hours before the show kind of deal. But I like it. It's a conversation I'm here for. So, Julian, thank you, my friend. Sleazeboy said, rate my unethical booking. Rate your unethical booking. Scarlett Bordeaux versus Karrion Kross in an I Quit match. Scarlett ties up Karrion in a chair, uses a kendo stick, a chair, a whip, a riding crop, but cigarette burns, toys, a catheter, and a cat o' nine tails. Oh, I don't know what I'm rating it on, Sleazeboy. I don't know what I'm kind of rating. I mean, it's not something that I would be looking for, but I can promise you there is an audience for it. There is definitely an audience that would tune into that. And it even strikes me as something that would probably work very well on OnlyFans. And there would be an audience for it on there as well. Pretty much in this world, there'll be an audience for anything. So, Not something that I would be looking for in WWE. I would say in WWE terms, out of 10, with 10 being the most inappropriate, 0 being absolutely fine, very PG, I would probably give that a 7.8 to 8. I think, I don't know what we mean by toys, but I think it's the catheter that concerns me the most. I think it's the catheter because I don't know what we're doing with that. I don't know where that's getting shoved. Yeah. I don't know how we're getting that on TV. Kendo sticks are absolutely fine. Chair, fine. A whip, yeah. Riding crop, fine. Toys. We've seen Lego pieces before. So all of that strikes me as fine. Cigarette burns is going to be controversial. That's where we're getting into AEW territory. Yeah. But still, you'd get away with it. I think it's the catheter that concerns me the most. That's the one where I'm like, that could be really inappropriate. That could be really inappropriate. To be honest, the toys could be really inappropriate depending on what the toys are. I'm innocent. I'm thinking Lego. Yeah. Talking of toys, LJN is back. Available Black Friday. They're quite good, those old superstars. Those rubber figures. Elia is in the ring then. So Julian, Sleazeboy, shout out to you guys. Really appreciate the support. Alex said Lego pieces are brutal when you really think about it. Stepping on a bunch at once is brutal. Sonny said, I've tagged you on Twitter my new haircuts. Well, thank you, Sonny. I will check that out. Let's have a look and see, shall we? Who is answering? Don't think it'll be a big name. Yeah, it's Tommaso. So, Tommaso, I mean, this'll bang. This'll be an absolute bangarang. How do you spell it? It's like that, innit? Champa. Yes, let's go. Look at this. I came out here last week. He did. He got disrespected. You had the balls to call me a jackass. He's come out with Candice. He's come out with Johnny. That title is mine, says Tommaso. So, here we go. I hope nothing gets in the way of this, because I am so here for Tommaso and Elia. You're right, says Elia. Jackass chant. Jackass chant by the crowds. Jackass. Jackass. He accepts the challenge. From Johnny? Okay, Candice is like, yeah, do it. So Johnny is going to get... Oh, God, I've already put the name on screen. This is all a bit awkward, isn't it? Why does Tommaso just keep accepting this? Mate, this match is going to bang as well. This match is going to be great. Okay. Straight out the gate, we are underway, and Tommaso trips over Elia. So Johnny has got the early advantage. And we are up and running with Johnny Gargano against Ilya Dragunov. Over in the corner goes Ilya, face first into that top turnbuckle. Mate, I don't mind either. I'll take Tommaso and I'll take Johnny. I think both of these would be bangers. Spins him round. Oh, German. Lovely work. German there by Ilya. And he keeps a hold of Johnny. Right now, another one. Bang. Oh, my God. Yes. I like how Johnny is like reaching out for the ropes. You can see Candice on the outside looking really concerned. One more time. One more time. Candice is like, no. No. Managed to get out of it. Johnny has got out of it. Elbow coming into the side of the heads. Ilya throwing in these shots. Right now, another bang. Elbows coming in. Johnny going down. Ilya, look at the ease that he just picks Johnny up with there. He just picks him up like a child. Look, Johnny is all tied up. Johnny doesn't know where he... Oh, my God, I love that. He just picked up Johnny like that. Trapped Johnny's arms. Johnny could do nothing apart from, like, look at... He was like a confused animal. Just like, where am I going here? What's happening? Couldn't get out or anything. And Ilya just chucks him over, man. Plants him down as we go to commercial break. Ilya now going to the outside, and we are at commercial. Candice jumping on the edge of the ring, trying to distract. Johnny coming over. Lovely kick to the legs there. Ilya spills down into the ring. And I don't know. I mean, like sometimes when we go to commercial break, like the pace of this slows. Well, I don't know that it's going to slow here. These two are both fantastic in the ring. Right now we got Johnny grabbing a hold of Ilya, throwing in a forearm shot on the outside of the ring. Bang into the face of the ring. Ilya paying tribute to John Jones by ducking Tommaso, says Wrestle Dandy. Did John Jones duck Tommaso as well, did he? You learn something new every day. Daze, your hero, Sammy, is he going to win the world title before GTA 6 arrives? Do you know what, Benny? That's a great question. Oh my God, Benny, you might have inspired me, you know. What a great video idea. Things that should happen before GTA 6 arrives. What a great video idea. 5 things that should happen before GTA 6 arrives. And Sammy winning a world championship. I would put on that list. Benny, I like it. I've written it down. I've written your name as well. Drop kick to the back of the heads. Mayor Pete said GTA 6 is now delayed until November. I wonder if it'll get delayed again. I would imagine they would want that to be November, though, because I don't think you're going to want to miss that Christmas window. But I suppose with GTA 6, does it really matter? That thing's going to sell whenever it comes out. You can flip in, do you know what I mean? Release that any time in the year. Sleazeboy said, in regards to my booking, you find out that you've watched Skinamax and you're not on the WWE network. Saudi Arabia gets WrestleMania before GTA 6, said Sleazeboy. Sleazeboy, shout out to you, buds. Right now, we've got, boom, another shot. You think it is going to get delayed further? Yeah, it could do. It gets delayed quite often, hasn't it? It's been moved back. People have been waiting. They said it was so that people would get, like, the finesse, the finish that they would be looking for. So that would suggest that the game has got a few glitches in it, and it needs another year of work. Or maybe not a year. Obviously, they've got to, you know, print the copies, get it out to market. So maybe another 6 months. But the truth is, if it's still not to standard, it could get delayed further, couldn't it? Honestly, I worry. Because as soon as that game comes out, I ain't going to see any of you. I ain't playing the game. Because I always do that. I always buy the game, play it for an evening, and then don't do anything else with it. I just potter around, drive in, don't actually do the missions, get lost, get a bit bored, and then I never play the game again. That is my relationship with Grand Theft Auto. And I ain't even playing it this time. I don't even have a PS5. So I've still got a PS4 that hasn't been turned on since about 2018. Forearms coming in. We're back from commercial break. Gamer Ryan said, what do we think about Triple H being owner of WWE? Well, he doesn't own it. Does he do a good job, or did Vince do a better job? Gamer Ryan, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, he's head of creative. He doesn't own it. TKO own it. But he just, like, books it for them. I think it's hard to compare to Vince, because I think you could pull out some of Vince's best moments, and they obviously are better than what we've had this year. You can pull out some of Vince's worst moments, and they're worse than what we've had this year. I think Triple H is fine. I think he's more of the same to a large degree. I don't think that he is as silly. We don't get the toilet humor kick out. So, you know, Miz TV and stuff like that. We don't really, and like, you know, things like Kiss My Ass Club. And, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, Vince's humor was very, like, childish. It was like asses and farting and, you know, that kind of stuff. Disgusting. People being slimed and all that. We don't really get that with Triple H. He's moved away from that. That's not his humor. I mean, you can sort of question what he's replaced it with, of course. I think, like, Chelsea has been great in that regards. Chelsea has been, you know, kind of the humor. R-Truth has been the humor. Lovely Poison Rana there by Johnny. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Okay, we are back from commercial break. So I would say, by and large, it's largely the same. I don't think we've reinvented the wheel. I think that it's a bit slow, steady, comfortable. It maybe lacks the OMG moments people are on a regular basis. People are looking for. You do get them. We have had moments this year, but maybe they've just been a bit few and far in between, and the weekly shows just feel a bit off, flat, like a soda that's been open for a while. Chops coming in there by Elia. I think it's very hard to compare to Vince, though, but because you're comparing like 40 years of booking to 3, it's just, you know, it's really hard to kind of compare. Bang! Dragunov comes down off the top. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Johnny. So we've gone through the early stage of the match. We've gone through a commercial break. We're back from commercial break. And now we should be getting to the part of the match where we're really going to see some progress here. Elia going back to the corner, digging deep, gesturing to the fans. Signing the crowd said Randy Orton is the GOAT. Charging in, H-bomb. No, it didn't even really go for it, to be honest. He kind of jumped up and he allowed Johnny to kind of prevent it. Yeah, he grabs a hold of his head there, Elia. I don't know, he seems to be struggling a little bit, but he is such a good seller. You just never really know when he's actually injured. He sells very intensely. He does everything intense. Here we go, against the ropes. What's he looking to do? Oh, Candice getting involved. So Elia went against the ropes. Candice grabbed Elia, pulled him out the ring. Johnny now goes through the ropes, into a DDT. Lovely work. Look at Candice. Come on. Candice, a big help here for Johnny on the outside. She's got involved a few times. Love that. Spike DDT. Johnny 1, 2. Oh. Wow. Yeah, Tornado DDT coming over the rope, hitting it on Elia. Elia down. Candice got her head in her hands. Let's go. People want to blame Triple H for things that he is not in the realm of control, like ticket prices. That's TKO, says Robbie. That's true. All the creative is Triple H. Pretty much anything else. I think he does have a say in people that get cut, though. Because I think they sit down with him and they're like, are these people in your plans? When it's time to cut the budget, you know? Look at the strength. Oh, my God. Ilya just deadlifted Johnny, got him up, hit the suplex, delivers a H-bomb, and secures the win. It's a good match. It may even be borderline great. I don't know that it's the upper echelon compared to some of the brilliant open challenges we've seen in recent months, but it was still very, very enjoyable. Very enjoyable. There is Ilya delivering that H-bomb. Candice coming over, checking on Johnny. Ilya holding up that championship. Still grabbing the back of his head. Okay, we're going backstage. We've got Nick Aldis. Here's Sammy. Here's Sammy. Let's see what Sammy's got to say. You saw what happens. I know I'm not cleared. Oh, he wants to be out there with Ray Phoenix. You're not medically cleared. Just focus on getting healthy. And I'm not asking. Sammy said, I'm not standing by and watching for much longer. Okay, interesting. Who's coming in now? Now we got another knock at the door. It's R-Truth! Decked out in his John Cena merch. Yeah, we got the Tombola. Oh, yeah, the Tombola. Forgot about that. R-Truth wants in. What? I came here to put my balls in your hands. I came here to put my balls in your hands. And then when he finds out that it can't happen, he's like, well, I don't want my balls touching your balls anyway. Mate, that was great. R-Truth. Just protect him at all costs. Protect him and protect his balls. So good. Metal Mama said, I love R-Truth. And Neb Jr. said, I don't even know if that's PG. James said, Daze, like the old woman on the Titanic, it's been 72 years since I stopped expecting for GTA 6 to come out. It's true, isn't it? Just keeps getting pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. We'll get it one day. We're just looking at Jade Cargill. She's in action. Well, I don't know if she's in action. She's certainly got a segment coming up. We're watching her from Saturday night's main event, getting the job done. That's the guy we need every week in our screams. If creative is going to suck, at least he makes us laugh, said Metal Mama. Yes. Yes. I do find some of R-Truth stuff, you know, where he gets confused to be a bit repetitive. You're kind of like, I've seen him do this before, you know. It's so obvious that that's kind of what he's going to do. It doesn't feel like it's that creative or... But I like that. I mean, the balls thing, it's you know, it's great. It's cheeky, and you know me, I love that kind of cheeky humor. Jade Cargill's time is now. Jade Cargill up next. Jade Cargill and New. Yeah, man. Protect our truth. Protect our truth at all costs. Boom. GTA 10 is going to be out before GTA 6, says Kader. James said, I've not played GTA since the first 3. Well, what did I put the most time into? I probably put the most time into Vice City. And I certainly put a little bit of time into San Andreas. But, I mean, no more than a couple of days. A couple of, days off playing the game. I don't know what it is, man. I'm just no good at it. I just get lost, and then I think, if you could call up the menu and figure out what mission you're on and, get back on track, and I don't know, I just tend to potter around, and that's the extent of, kind of my involvement. It blows my mind when I see the people really getting stuck into the game, like all the stuff you can do, flying planes. I've never got that far. I've never got anywhere near that far. So yeah, I very much will be avoiding that game. It's not going to grab me, unfortunately. I know my limitations. It's just too big. You've got to know, guys, when it's too big, right? And you've got to know if it's too big for you. And I'm going to sit here right now, no shame, and I'm going to say it's too big for me. It's too big. So I know my limitations. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, we're at commercial break. Benny said, Daze, don't forget, Alistair squashed and dominated Cody back in AEW. So he's got his number. Yeah, but that's a different Alistair and a different Cody. Those are Tony Khan Alistairs and Tony Khan Codys. We don't have those people now. These are Triple H Alistairs and Triple H Codys. That stuff didn't happen. It's irrelevant. It's not a thing. You can forget about it. We need one of those things that they have in Men in Black. Yeah, it's gone. What's your favorite scary movie? Project X said, y'all forgot R-Truth was an NWA World Champion. I love the goofy Truth, especially with the Cena retirement. Cena and Ron are now connected. When he actually retires, WWE is going to suck massively. Taker 1990 said, Daze, hello. How does copyright work? Because you always have to mute the superstar's music, yes. However, there are a lot of tubers that either post the actual themes or totally redo the themes. Well, what I can tell you is that there is automatic detection on YouTube. So basically, WWE protects their footage and they protect their music. Music seems to flag a lot quicker than footage. You seem to be able to get away with showing something from a show, but you've really got to keep it 5 seconds, something like that. This is why if ever I am showing footage from a show, you might notice I only show a very, very quick clip. It's very quick. It might be like a move, or it might be just and we get to the point. We don't sit there and let it play and just watch it. If it's a certain move that I want to show you, I will show you that move. And of course, it's in a little corner as well. It's not the full screen. It's just me here, and it'll play in a little corner of the screen. You seem to be able to get away with that. The thing about music is it's not in a little corner of the screen, and the detection seems to be a lot quicker. So yeah, when it comes to superstar music, that's a nightmare. Entrances and all that kind of stuff I have to mute. Superstar music is that's one of the quickest ways of it getting detected. And then the video, as a result, can either get demonetized, where you won't make any money from it. So it'll still show, but you won't make any money. Or it'll just get outright blocked. But to be honest, there's no need to play any music. I mean, the only time I ever find it like frustrating is if it's new music and it's like, oh, such and such had a new theme. Then it's frustrating. Here's Jade's. But other than that, I mean, there's never any need to play music. I've got every GTA game so far, wildly enough, said Oliver. Hello, Oliver. Hope you're well. Daze, I think Aleister Black would make an excellent WWE champion. Would you agree? Well, I think he's got the look. I definitely want to see some better matches out of him. And to be honest, I haven't seen him with a microphone in the ring, doing live promos. I think he's got a very interesting character. I think Zelina with him works well, although I'm not blown away by their entrance. I know many were, but I was not a crazy fan of the entrance, to be honest. But I think that I think there is something there, but I would like to see us explore a mid-card title run, do some feuds, get some in-ring promos, get some great matches under his belt. Once we have that kind of momentum, then, you know, World Heavyweight Championship and kind of, you know, go through that path. I certainly don't feel like he gets the WWE Championship right now. That you know, that's a belt that even Gunther has not held. That's a belt that Jey Uso has not held. That's a belt that you know, it makes you like the face of the company in many ways. Here's Jade's. Jade Cargill. See, look at her spiky boobs. I'm that. Is that it? I'm that. She throws down the microphone, gets out the ring, and... Mate, I don't know what you say about that. I don't know, what do you say about that? They've had to come out. They've had to do a real quick promo. And there's just no... Here's Charlotte. Now, these two have crossed paths. That says to me they don't have any confidence in her promo ability. That's what that says to me. It says to me they are not confident that she can cut like a promo that's going to be captivating. So they've got in there, they've done a segment, they've got out as quick as possible. Here's Charlotte and Alexa. Charlotte comes out, looks at Jade. Jade is trash talking Charlotte, holding up that championship. Alexa showing off her tag title. Charlotte showing off hers. Listen, if the women's champ is talking trash to you, you've got to be tempted to go after that women's title. It wouldn't make any sense to not take that opportunity. If Charlotte was to just go over and like start brawling with Jade, she would get a title shot right now. We know that. That's how WWE tends to work. I don't know why Charlotte wouldn't be tempted to, like, you know, get back into it with Jade right now. Not bad. Jade just isn't good on the mic. She needs to work on it, says Sally. Well, I mean, it couldn't really be bad because there wasn't really anything to judge, was there? I mean, the only thing you can say is it's short, and it says to me that they don't have great confidence in her ability to do a promo that's going to be really captivating right now. If that is true, then they've obviously protected her right there, which, as you said, is not a bad thing. You know, it's actually quite a responsible thing to do. Rather than have her go out there and just really underwhelm, go out there, short, sweet, make a statement. You know, I don't get paid by the hour. Bang, off she goes. Okay, so Charlotte and Alexa are in the ring. And I think we're going to commercial break. We're 45 minutes into the show. 45 minutes into the show. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, chat. Real Talk says Melonhead, let's go. I love it when people talk to the chat. Genuinely, because I'm not always around. So, Melonhead's got a question for you. Melonhead, do we actually ever get Charlotte top of the food chain again? So, do you think Charlotte will be top of the food chain again? Like that, Melonhead. Tobias said, will WWE add NXT to compete in the War Games like before? Raw, SmackDown, NXT War Games? No, I don't think so. That wasn't in War Games, was it? I mean, we've never had 3 teams in a War Games. There have been some NXT talent that I think has helped out, if my memory serves me right. But when we did Raw, SmackDown, NXT, that was pre-War Games. That's when we were doing all the champs going up against each other. And we would have some triple threats. And there are a few people that would like to go back to that. I'm personally not a fan. The reason being because, and we spoke about this before, I really think the big thing that's missing from Survivor Series is something meaningful long-term. I sort of feel like you look at Money in the Bank, the winner gets a briefcase, they can cash in for the next 12 months. The winner of the Royal Rumble, they get to go to WrestleMania and they get to fight for a world title. And you look at Survivor Series, what does the winner of Survivor Series get? Nothing. It's just bragging rights. And bragging rights in 2025 means nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Because we are so used to wrestling now just moving on. There are so many shows, so many stories that wrestling just moves on. And it moves on at quite a pace. Something happens on Saturday, it's forgotten about by Monday. Because, you know, we've got Raw and we're moving on. And then you've got NXT, and then you've got AEW, and then you've got SmackDown and TNA, and, you know, I don't know what people watch, but wrestling is constantly trying to generate new headlines, which means old headlines get very quickly replaced. The big problem is Survivor Series, no lasting impact. So I think if there is to be a change, it needs to have a repercussion. I know that Hannah mentioned earlier about, you know, stipulations. I'm totally down with that. But it's just, can we find enough stipulations that are meaningful and long-lasting? The idea, of course, came up as well about the tournament. I really like that. I thought that was a really good shout about the tournament idea and actually digging into doing a tournament and actually kind of the winning team gets put in a tournament. And we kind of explored that a little bit. I think the problem where you have NXT versus Raw versus SmackDown is you have your champs go up against each other. What does the winner get? It's just bragging rights, isn't it? It's like, brilliant, I'm the winner of that match. And then by Monday, it's all forgotten. So that would be the downside for me with like Raw, SmackDown, NXT, or Raw versus SmackDown. This is why, you know, I still think even with War Games, it's not right. Again, it's just built on bragging rights. Oh, here we go. Chelsea, we're backstage. Look at her with a Mexican shirt on. WrestleBuzz, shout out to you, bud. I can see your comment that got missed. I will return to it. Okay, here's Michin and B-Fab. We know how this match is going to go. Chelsea said she's going to be the first and the fourth double champion. Oh, here's Jade's. No bueno. Okay. Jade with Michin and B-Fab. You can step up next week, so they have gone the direction we thought. There's not many options. We're looking at B-Fab Michin, and those are the exact two that were stood there. And it is going to be seemingly Jade against BFAB next week. Whether she's going to get involved in a little feud with those two, move on to a Michin match. Honestly, if you look at the roster, we're not drowning in options. Okay, Nia Jax making her way out. Charlotte and Nia coming up now. So, very short Jade segment. Nia versus Charlotte is going to be our next match. Okay, WrestleBird said, Daze, if we were going to get a banger like Gunther Ober in the final of the Cena tournament, would we risk an early Ober loss or wait to have that match? No, I honestly, I do understand waiting, but I think that one of the things that frustrated me and has frustrated me in recent years is it feels like when we get to this time of the year, we delay things because we want them to be at WrestleMania. There's a lot of teases that get delayed with the payoff being WrestleMania. You know, for example, Dominic Finn. By the time that breaks up, it might be WrestleMania where we actually do something. I remember Jimmy and Jay having issues, and it felt like we should just do that match now, but we kept delaying it till we get to WrestleMania. If we had Ober coming up, taking on Gunther, no, I wouldn't delay it and kick it down the road. I don't really care about people online saying, oh, they've buried him and all that kind of stuff. Honestly, it's just initial reaction that gets forgotten about. And plus also, how does he win? You know, is there outside interference? Do you do it where someone costs Ober and then that sets up Ober's first real feuds? If you did Gunther Ober in the final of the tournament, Gunther winning, you could go clean, or you could have some outside interference, and that then is Ober's first proper feuds. So Ober could have won that tournament if it wasn't for this person getting involved. Gunther then wins. He goes on to face John. Ober sets up his first feuds. He can win that first feuds. And then the loss to Gunther is not seen as, oh my God, he got battered or anything like that, you know? So, you know, there's always ways of protecting people. It could also be a count out, couldn't it? It could be a case that Ober gets smashed on the outside, planted, can't get back in the ring to the count of 10. He loses, but it's hardly a destruction. Certainly if he looked good in the match as well. I think we do too much like faffing around. Oh, we don't want to do this at this time. We don't want to give a person a loss at this time. Like, I don't know. I feel like we have to take more risks. We have to not delay things as much. Like, honestly, even clean finishes. There's too much outside interference. Someone like Ober, though, with his first match, I'm okay with, you know. Kip up there by Charlotte, and she didn't quite land it, but she was like, oh, okay. So yeah, a very interesting question. I think that we should be braver. I would be totally fine with that match. I'd be totally fine if there was a clean finish. I'd be okay with it. Certainly if it's not a squash. I don't want Ober getting squashed, but I think there's lots of ways that you could book that match. Chop coming in there by Charlotte. Carlin 1985 Gareth says, have a great stream. Really appreciate it, buds. Harry said, where the hell is Randy? He needs to turn on Cody. Where is Randy, actually? Going to commercial break. Where is Randy? That's a good question. I don't know. I think, I don't even know that he's rumoured for Survivor Series, actually. Perhaps he'll return post-Survivor Series. So... and Tony said, I'm here. I'm alive. Have a great live stream. Tony, thank you, my friends. Yeah, Tony having a horrible fall. Horrible slip, which she shared with me earlier. I did enjoy the bit where you got pinned, though. You're down, you're in pain, and your kid comes over and pins you. I mean, come on. That's a true wrestling fan right there. Mother is struggling, but I'm not passing up this opportunity to get a 3 count. I mean, that's some great parenting, to be honest. That is some great parenting. You should actually be really proud of that. We are at commercial break right now. Cameron said, I hope SmackDown's going to be good. Well, 55 minutes in, I think we're doing okay. It's been okay. I've not hated this show. Definitely want to end this poll, though, because obviously we've got a match going on right now, so we don't want confusion. So, Elia versus Johnny. Let's see what you lot said. You said it was good. You weren't massively blown away by it. Kick out there by Nia. You lot said that was good 95. I think that's fair. That doesn't strike me as an unfair score. I'm with you on that. We're at commercial break right now. We'll have to see what you lot score Charlotte Nia. Yeah, there is a bit of a Nia in control. Alexa on the outside with both belts. James said Jade versus B-Fab is a modern day Macho Man Steamboats. Yeah. Completely agree. I think a lot of us are going to look back on that match next week in like 20 years time and just see just how it moved the industry forwards. Lovely crossbody to the outside there by Charlotte. We go black screen. Black screen is the boobage. Why did we get black screen? Dude, we got black screen? Dude, wardrobe malfunction. You know it. I know it. Oh my God. And it's certainly not Alexa. And I don't think it's going to be Nia. And I'm pretty sure it's not Michael Cole. Oh my God, guys. That is the international sign for wardrobe malfunction. Right now, Charlotte going into the barricades. Wrestling said it's crazy how we end up with Jade B-Fab in a world title picture. Seems like that could be a US title or maybe even a 24/7 title. Oh my God. I thought of that match and I hate it already, said King Yeti. What do you think of that, said Gamer Ryan? What, the wardrobe malfunction? Love it. If I was put in charge of WWE, there'd be no more black screens. That's the coward's way out, that is. Yeah? If you don't want your boobs falling out, how about you wear something a bit that covers up a bit more? Yeah? If you're going to get that risque, then things are going to happen, aren't they? And I ain't black screening them anymore. Yeah? That would be my first rule. Rule number 1, no more black screens. Boot coming in there by Charlotte. Charlotte's climbing up. Alex said like a true perv. You know it, baby. Crossbody there by Charlotte. Rule number 1, no more black screens. Rule number 2, everyone's got to wear smaller ring gear. whatever you're currently wearing, you got to reduce it by 50%. Duck underneath. Chop block there by Charlotte. Another black screen! Mate, what the hell? Is that even a problem? Is that even a wardrobe malfunction? Or oh, it might be. Oh my God, I think it is. Did I just see some nips? Honestly, oh my God, I think I just saw some boobs. I think her boobs are out. Honestly, I think there might be boobs. I might have just seen some. Charlotte is climbing up right now. Oh my God, the black screen's going crazy. Moonsault there by Charlotte. 1, 2, and kick out by Nia. Oh my God, this is just... I can tell you that everything's good right now, but I'm not sure everything was good a moment ago. Guys, if you're a pervert, you are eating so good tonight. This is the show we've dreamed of all year. This is the show that we've dreamed of. Finally, WWE Creative are listening to some of our ideas. Charlotte is up right now. She's about to get planted. Bang! And she is. 1, 2. Kick out by Charlotte. This is 5 stars. This match is 5 star. I'm actually getting emotional. This might be my favorite match of all time. It used to be Undertaker Shawn, but it is now Charlotte Nia. This is now officially my favorite match ever. Oh my God. 2 black screens, and I am fairly confident, and don't you worry, I will be watching it back. I am fairly confident that we should have black screened a little bit more than we did. Annihilator there by Nia, trying to get Charlotte put away. Right now, Charlotte's on the shoulders of Nia. Oh my God. Where is this match going to go next? The perverted WWE fans are eating so good right now. Nia in a tree of woe position. Here's Charlotte. She goes over, drives a knee into Nia. Looking for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Nia. We've even got drama in the actual match itself. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. This is peak wrestling. This is Hogan Andre if Hogan Andre had wardrobe malfunctions. Wow. It's insane, said CJ. They definitely should have had more black screen. Guys, I can't wait to do the talking points video. It's going to be the greatest talking points video. Charlotte had a little... Well, I wouldn't say it was little. Not where I was sitting. Right now, we've got Charlotte going over in the corner, looking for a DDT and getting it. David's giving it 7 stars. 1, 2... Kick out by Nia. We're carrying on. Suzanne said, if you're enjoying this, Daze, think how it would be for the guys in the audience. Oh, big shot. Lash Legend. Lash Legend is here. Why is Lash Legend going after Alexa? Oh, my God. Lash Legend is murking Alexa. Oh, my God. This match has got... Oh, my God. She's ragdolling her. She's ragdolling her. Charlotte's trending as well. This is the greatest match ever, the Annihilator. Is she going to work with Nia? Is Lash and Nia a thing? Oh, wow. What does that mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? Lash Legend on the outsides. I don't know the nature of this relationship. Yeah, wow. Wow. Lash Legend getting involved. And the Annihilator landing. Oh my God. Do you know what? That was so dramatic. I've even sort of a little bit forgotten about the wardrobe malfunctions. Only joking. Haven't really. Still the best part of the show. Whoa, these two are like BFFs, like friends forever. Right, let's get... So much happened in 10 minutes, said Johnny. I know, mate. I know. This is... Do you know what? This is what we go through all those hard times for. So that we can experience the good times. Do you reckon Charlotte will go to the back and she'll be like, how was that? And they'll be like, wow. There was a couple of moments in there that might do well on social media. She's like, what do you mean? Was it the kip up bit? Not really. Not so much. Oh, Lash Legend. Yeah, kind of. We're looking at Johnny John. Have we got a... I want a clip of that kip up at the start. I don't necessarily need a clip of the nippleage. I don't really feel brilliant about showing that in the talking points video. I'm not against it, but I don't feel brilliant about it. I'll show it, but, you know, I'll look disapprovingly whilst I show it. I'll be like, I shouldn't be showing this. But for anyone that missed it, look at this. 10 stars, said A. Jobson. Yeah, 10 stars. Lash and Nia, she's moving up. Moving on up now. Yeah, Lash getting involved is actually really interesting. Really interesting. I'm sure some of you guys are thinking to do that again. Run it back. Run it back. Yeah, let's go again. Let's see if it's any different if we do it a second time. No one changed what they're wearing. Let's just see if we can do it better next time. And if not, well, you know, fine. I'm scared of that tag team of Nia and Lash, said True Ace Wyatts. Oh, well, they're not coming for you, buds. I don't think you need to worry too much. Okay, here we go. Shut up. Here we go. We have got the next first round draw. Yeah. Here we go. We know that R-Truth's balls are not in there. First match. Okay. The Miz. Yeah. He's going to take on Jey Uso. Miz, Jey Uso is a first round match. So we know 6 of the people in this tournament. LA Knight is the 7th name we know. Yes, who is it? They're building this up. Who is it? Edge. Jericho. What? Oh, what? It's not telling us. How is that fair? Well, it's got to be someone juicy. It's got to be someone exciting. They wouldn't do that otherwise. It could be someone from NXT. But it's got to be someone good, hasn't it? LA Knight versus... Dudes, if it is someone really good, it's hard to see them lose. So that's probably not a great sign for LA Knight, for all the LA Knight fans out there. Oh, God. That's harsh. I want to know who it is. Although we have said they do need some cliffhangers to get people to, like, tune in the next week. So I suppose can't massively moan about it. But, well, I'm still going to. Here's Julia. Here's Kiana. And we're going into a championship match now. Oh, it's Moxley. It's Joe Hendry. Oh, yeah, Joe Hendry is a good shout, actually. And that might be why he didn't say his name, because he would appear. That's a good shout, isn't it? If you say his name, he appears. He is called Joe Hendry. Oh, Johnny, thank you. Oh, God, Johnny, you're the best. Johnny always sends me the clips that I just cannot find anywhere else online. You're the best. You're the best thing that ever happened. Dun, dun, dun. But there we go. I hate the idea, but it makes sense. I hate Joe Hendry, says Metal Mama. Well, Joe Hendry hates you, Metal Mama. Yeah, deal with it. Coming around here with that attitude. Don't you know this is a positive stream? This is where we're all positive, and then you're coming in and going, oh, I hate this person, hate that person. Unbelievable. You drag this community down. Dun, dun. Speaking of Joe Hendry, the duo of him and Thea is golden, said True Ace Wyatt. Yeah, it's fun. I like the reveal on Tuesday. I thought it was done really well. If LA loses to bleep ass Hendry, we riot, said LFAL. Alex said Tozawa deserves to be booked more than a comedy character. Final Boomer believes in Joe Hendry. Imagine if Tony Khan comes out to announce Edge, said what's your favourite. Imagine if it's Tony Khan. Imagine that. Oh my God, that would be the greatest moment. That might even beat Charlotte letting her boobs out, to be honest. Because that is the current greatest moment. Daze, there is no doubt R-Truth goes in the Hall of Fame, yes. But does he headline a class, said Bishop? I don't think so. If he was like a multiple-time WWE World Champion, I would think so. I don't think his accomplishments in WWE are going to mean that he is strong enough to headline. You know, he doesn't have that big external name value. He's big amongst the wrestling fans, but like, you know, a John Cena, a Rock, I feel like those names kind of resonate outside Triple H, you know, Batista. They kind of resonate outside of the wrestling worlds. I don't think R-Truth does. I think he's a much loved character within wrestling, but probably hasn't broken out of that bubble. So as a result, I don't think he headlines a class. But he will absolutely go in the Hall of Fame, and people will absolutely love it when he does, yes. More John Cena tournament matches revealed. Were they, though? I'm kind of lying there, aren't I? I'm a liar. Gonna have Howdy coming after me. I'm saying more matches have been revealed, and were they? Not really. Gamer Ryan said Paige should go in the Hall of Fame. So should AJ Lee. Oliver said, I think Sting could go in the Cena tournament. Could you imagine if he turned up randomly? Alex said, I don't hate Joe Hendry, but I don't want him in the tournament. Will said, what if it's Jericho and he comes out to Judas? I do not need Judas. I'll take Jericho, but I do not need Judas. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you enjoy the song. For me, I've had my fill. Yeah. If we're bringing him back, we're bringing back the OG Jericho themes. Chippy said, I've done hating him, but I don't rate him. I haven't seen a great deal of him. Final Boomer said, Joe faced LA Knight in TNA when LA Knight was Eli. Could it be someone from TNA like Nick Nemeth? Yes, it could. As Cena said, people that don't work here are involved, says Cameron. Yes. Here's Lash and Nia and Kathy. Here we go. Let's find out what the hell's this about. I would have beaten Charlotte. Alexa and Charlotte said I needed to find a friend, and joke's on them, I found a friend. I know she's a badass. That's why she's my friend. The bougie bully. That is going to be some team. WrestleVotes said Lash Legend has officially debuted on SmackDown. She will be a fixture on the show going forward. She's been paired with Nia Jax for the time being, and there is a real level of optimism within creative. Well, they shouldn't have any optimism after what they've done this year. They should all be ashamed. But they are allowed to be excited about this pairing, yes. It's a hell of a pairing. It's like the flipping Natural Disasters. Okay, here's Chelsea. She's a hot mess. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, championship match coming up. Match number 3. This is Julia versus Chelsea. Please don't put them against the Kabuki Warriors, says Johnny. Johnny, you're awesome. You tagged me in that little clip, and I appreciate it. William said, YouTube is being weird. We don't want to get banned by YouTube. People are turning people in, I found out. Huh? YouTube is being weird, and we don't want you banned by YouTube. People are tuning people in. I don't even understand what you're saying. Sonny said, Daze, are you going to show my haircut on the stream? I wasn't going to, Sonny. We might be able to find time at the end. Dark Cloud said, Daze, it's been a while. I've been dealing with a newborn. Oh, congrats, buds. What have I missed in the wonderful world of wrestling? I don't know. What have you missed? Probably not much. I don't know when you stepped away. I mean, we're getting closer to Cena's retirement match. We've got Survivor Series coming up. We're kind of heading towards that. Cody is the champ on SmackDown, and CM Punk the champ on Raw. We're building towards Survivor Series. We're building towards John Cena's last match. I'd say those are the big headlines. Slap coming in. We've got a Women's United States Championship match right now. Julia against Chelsea. Julia coming over, looking for a kick. Headbutt there by Julia. Right now, we got Julia looking for a suplex. Bang, getting it. Lovely work by Julia. Great work. Fred said, I want Zack Ryder in the tournament. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, I don't think he'd be Zack Ryder. I think he'd be Matt Cardona. 1, 2, Julia. Shoulder up there by Chelsea. Shoulder up by Chelsea. Right now, we've got a throw. Chelsea's just going to get murked here, isn't she? Let's get the Charlotte Nia score. Goods. Goods. For what that woman gave you. The hell's going on here? Could you not find the all-time button? Huh? The flip. Good. That woman got her boobs out for you. Albert takes down Kiana. Kick coming in there by Julia. Roll up by Chelsea. Oh, Chelsea using the ropes. Chelsea using the ropes. Chelsea gets it. Chelsea's won it. Chelsea's won it. What the hell? What the hell? Chelsea's won it. She used the ropes. Ethan Page is in the crowds. What the flip? The Julia title reign has come to an end. I honestly thought the ref was going to go 1, 2, and then see the feet on the ropes. He didn't. He counted the 3. Oh my God, it's Chelsea Dosh straps. Ethan Page is right there as well. Julia in the ring, livid. New champ. Oh my God. Mate, what's going on with this show? What is going on with this show? We got Lash Legend getting called up. We got a new champione. We got nipples. This might be the greatest SmackDown I've ever seen. This might be the single greatest SmackDown I have ever seen. Wow. Yeah. We got Solo right now backstage. It wasn't even that long of a match, was it? This is crazy. Here's my number. Call me maybe. What a flipping hell. She cheated her way to another title run. Okay, he's talking to Tala. He's getting Tala all fired up. We've got to move on. We've still got 40 minutes, though. What's happening? Oh, my God. Is the Wyatt 6 now? Not yet. Not yet. Jesus Christ. How am I meant to keep up to date with all of this? How am I meant to keep on top of all of this? Talking Points video is going to be mental. Wow. New champione. Unbelievable, mate. New champion. Great. No way you could say that was great. Well, I think Good's leading at the moment. But this is a very harsh crowd. You are very harsh crowds. You didn't even give Charlotte's boobs the love that they deserve. So it is a very harsh crowd. Okay, Rey Fenix is making his way down to the ring. People are like, bro, what the... Not a single fiber in my body was expecting Chelsea to win that then. Not a single fiber. Double champ, babe. Double champ. Right. Boom, boom. Let's go, Rey Fenix, says Loco USA. Chelsea didn't even look that happy, actually. You know, it was really weird. I don't know if she was. I don't know if she was like still reeling from the match or whatever. But like, I thought she would be a lot more emotive after winning. But she wasn't like screaming out, celebrating, all that kind of. She seemed a bit like, I don't know, a little bit out of it. This picture here kind of sums up the way that she kind of came across. He was really happy celebrating. She was a bit more like, I don't know, perhaps she was still feeling the effects. But, yeah, it doesn't matter. New champ. New champ. Dark day for the Julia fans. Julie fans not eating goods. Yeah, look, there's another picture when each got put down. She's like having a chat with Ethan. I would have expected her to have been like hugging people in the crowd and then like maybe pushing them away and like all this. But I don't know. It seemed really like, was it meant to happen? I think it was. Was it meant to? Well, I think it was. I think they planned it. I mean, they knew that where to have the camera and that Ethan was there and everything. But she's giving off this wasn't meant to happen vibes. She's giving off that kind of energy. She's giving off that even I didn't think I was going to win vibe. Bum, bum, bum. Trini said, I've been cancelled, but I don't give up. So that ruins any cancellation. Oh, listen. We all get cancelled. I get cancelled on a daily basis. Sean said, Chelsea and Ethan have all the America in a chokeholds. The AAA Mixed Tag Champs, USA title, North American title. Hopefully this could be Ethan's call-up to SmackDown, said Sean. Jordan said, Rey Fenix's entrance reminds me of DDP in the WCW era. Oh, I'm just thrilled that we have got a show that genuinely feels like it was worth watching, that genuinely has had moments and talking points, and that I have genuinely enjoyed. I mean, I've sat here, I've watched it. It's kept my attention. We've had some really good stuff. It feels like they're doing some stuff. I mean, R-Truth was funny. We've had a shock title change. Opening match was, you know, good. I mean, I know it didn't reach the heights we were hoping for, but it was fine. It was watchable. I enjoyed it. We've had a call-up for Lash Legends. I know we joke about the boobs and everything, but do you know what I mean? Like, things have gone down here. We've had announcements for the John Cena match. Honestly, I've had such a lovely time. I just want to say a big thanks to everyone, because I've had such a lovely time this evening. And there's been many a stream where I've ended it and I've just burst into tears. Many a stream. And I might do that again this time, but at this time, it'll be happy tears. Right. Oh, hello, here we are. Look, we're backstage with Alexa and Charlotte. Yeah, she got murked by Lash. I'm sorry that happened. Okay. Oh. Okay, she looks over. Oh, it was Asuka! It's Dr. Asuka! Oh my God! Things have gone from bad to worse. Now Alexa and Charlotte have been misted. Oh my God. Dr. Asuka with the mist. Great. That was great. Oh my God. Even these usually typically boring backstage segments have got interesting. Mate, what's going on? Look at me now. Dun, 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 dun. I am at the front of the queue to criticize when the show's, not good enough. I've really enjoyed this show so far. Could it be even better? Yeah. Of course, we could have like a major return and stuff like that. But this show, do you know what I mean? If someone jumped in right now and went, "What have I missed?" Oh, you've got Lash Legend. You got, do you know what I mean? There's flipping loads, and you've got a new champion. SmackDown is definitely better than Raw, said Black Onyx. Maybe WWE are watching the live streams. Oh, I won't be in anyone's good books if they are. The amount of moaning I've done this year. Goods. Against the ropes goes Phoenix through the ropes. Dives on top of Tala. Okay, we're underway with this next match. Let's end that last match so that we don't all get confused. That one was the Chelsea match. Matt Pete said, Daze, will you admit that the solo theme is a Def Rebel banger? Yeah, I don't mind the solo theme. Yeah. I think Def Rebel have had a couple of good themes. I mean, I think Def Rebel are responsible for the Fatal Influence theme as well. I really love that theme. That's one of my favorite current themes. So, I mean, it's not like they miss all the time. It's just that their success rate is below where we would like it to be. But, yeah, I am very happy to say that that solo theme is really good, really strong. Roll back there by Phoenix. So Phoenix and Tala, we need to just dial into this because Tala is someone that obviously is very tall. They're very excited about him. Very close on that one, but it has come out good 90. Good 90. It was very short though. Haku getting a mention. Right, it's tough to come up with bangers every time out. Just look at my goddess, Taylor Swift. That's true. That's true. Even the greats miss sometimes. Alfie said, Daze, this feels like WWE are really upset with last week, and they're trying to raise the ratings. Yeah, it's hard though, isn't it? Because they, you are right, they are trying to raise the ratings, but they have... They have, sadly, they've booked a really good show, and that's great, and they're going to create buzz, but you do kind of need to have something to get people to tune in the first place. That's the problem. You know, people need to tune in to see the good show. So putting on a great show is one thing, but did they do enough to get people to tune in? Did they do enough to grab people? I don't know. The rating might still come out as not brilliant, is what I'm getting at. Because did they do enough to grab people's attention? Black screen, but it's not because of a wardrobe malfunction. I think we're just going to commercial break right now. Right. Rare Breed said the Fatal Influence theme is fire. I love it. Yeah, big fan of the Fatal Influence theme. Love it. I do love that they're sticking with the face paint, said Dark Clouds. Alex said, never in my life did I expect to see this match one-on-one on a Friday night SmackDown. I feel like I'm living in a fever dream. Yeah, it is wild, isn't it? Rey Fenix against Hikuleo is pretty wild. Deadpool Party said, why did she win the US title again and not Michin? I think Chelsea's probably regarded as a bit more entertaining than Michin. I think Chelsea is very fun online. She works all the different brands. She doesn't mind losing. She doesn't mind herself looking stupid. I think her character is probably seen as a bit more well-rounded. Definitely gets more engagement than what Michin does. But then equally, there is an argument that, you know, in order to get somewhere with someone, you got to invest in that person. So, you know, there is a real argument that unless you invest in Michin, she's not going to get anywhere, is she? So, but I don't know. I've got to say that to me, and I would imagine to a lot of other people as well, Chelsea feels more unmissable, more engaging than what Michin does. And that's no disrespect to Michin. I'm not looking to disrespect Michin. I'm just being honest. Right now, Solo is enjoying what he's seeing, and what he's seeing is he is seeing Tala Tonga dominate Rey Fenix right now. But Jade's just going to get fed mid-carders like Candice, Mia, B-Fab, Alba until the Rumble, said Sean. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it too much. I don't think, like, this early into her run, she's going to be losing the title. So, you know, at this stage, I can kind of deal with it. You know, just let her find her feet type situation. But Chop coming in. Going for a nonchalant pin there on Rey Fenix. Rey Fenix is down as Tala is very much in control. We're still at commercial break right now, so things a little bit slow at the moment. I just want to pop in and say this is one of the most openly counterproductive WWE shows I've been watching in the background, and I am amazed at the incompetence. Wow. LS Dub is not enjoying it. LS Dub, let us know why. What is it that you are not enjoying, buds? What is it that you are finding frustrating? Are you disappointed that they've took the belt off Julia, for example? Rey Fenix goes down. Daze, I could see Alexa. Oh, let's get that comment. Just ran away from me. Daze, I can see Alexa play the main character, Juliet, starring in a Lollipop Chainsaw. If it was made, I don't know that game, but I don't know that game, but there will be people in the chat that are aware of it. We're back from commercial break. Clothesline there by Tala. Clothesline by Tala right now. We have got Tala very much in control. Alex said, I'm enjoying this match more than I expected. Tala in control. Rey Fenix over in the corner. Maybe WWE heard your rants. I would hope not. Rey Fenix in the corner. Super kick coming in there by Rey. Against the ropes. Lovely kick coming in there by Rey Fenix. That's really good work. Charging over. He's going up. Oh my God. Big kick to the heads. Yeah. He's backing up into the corner. Charging over. He's got Tala trying to get him over. No joy. Tala's got him. Ah, big shot coming in. Crowd are booing. Tala is kind of playing with his food a little bit here. Tala has got... I kind of find this a little bit slow, to be honest. We're not getting, like, crazy action. The crowd aren't really massively invested. Tala Tonga over that top rope. Kick coming in. Right now, we got Ray, springboard, on the top, running along the rope. Oh, that was good. That's classic Ray Phoenix, isn't it? Running on that top rope. Delivering a big boot. He's perched. He's calling Tyler over. Big crossbody there by Ray Phoenix. 2. Kick out by the big man. Okay, right now we have got Ray Phoenix over in the corner. Big kick. Daze, how about a final match of Cena Ober? Yeah, it's been floated as an idea. I think WWE, though, see that Gunther is, like, further along. Picks him up, tries to get him over. I wouldn't be down on it if we did get it. Tyler, powerbomb. Ray Phoenix planted. Tyler grabs Ray. Tyler, bang, plants him again. Goes for the cover. 1, 2, 3. Tyler Tonga wins. Couple of big choke slams. Powerbomb in there as well. It's a win for Tyler Tonga. Okay, let's get the poll up, shall we? Let's go here. Let's get the thing up. Okay, Sammy's coming down. Sammy couldn't stay away because Solo got in there. And he's coming down with a chair. He did say that he was going to struggle to stay out of this. He comes down, comes to the rescue of Ray Phoenix. Chases away the MFTs. And lots of Sammy chants breaking out right now. Cheer for Sammy all you want, but that man might have a death wish, says Michael Cole. So Solo, just with a little smirk on his face, looking over at Sammy. They have backed away. They have walked away. But, da-na-na. Okay, that's the end of that segment. They're just showing what the card is next week. I can't help but think that they wish that Maxine would be more like Chelsea in the way she does maximize her minutes, says the Phoenix. Yeah, who is it? We still don't know. We're still not going to find out. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're going back to Kathy Kelly. Let's see what she's got for us. She is backstage with The Miz. Is there going to be anyone in the backgrounds? You always have to keep an eye on the backgrounds. Talking about Carmelo. Carmelo's probably going to make his presence felt, isn't he, next week? Everything I touch becomes important, says The Miz. Just listening to what The Miz is saying. There shouldn't be a tournament. Oh, he's really fired up, man. Miz is like, there shouldn't be a final. There shouldn't be a tournament. I should just be that guy. Highlights fade, but legacies don't. Critics will cry and the internet will whine. I don't mind that from The Miz, you know. That's a pretty good promo. I mean, one thing you can say about The Miz is he does deliver good promos. Don't mind that. Right, is there any chance that LA Knight's mystery opponent could be Theory, said Brian? Yeah, every chance. But I don't know if they would want to save that. They're kind of really building it as being something really special. So, I don't know. Would you save that as something really special? Okay, here's the Alistair entrance. I just don't rate it, man. I really don't rate it. I know there's people out there that do. It's just his entrance with her kind of gyrating in front, not really adding anything. And then they both just walk to the ring. I really don't get what people get excited about with that entrance. I think it could be so much better. I was very surprised to see the praise that it was getting online. It's just his old entrance with her, like, pointlessly gyrating in front of him. Maybe a gyrate in Zelina is all some people need. Okay, they're just telling us what's going to be on Raw. Mayor Pete said the entrance is fine, especially Zelina's cleavage. Hashtag Team Perv. Okay, we're at commercial break. Dun, 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 dun. Lovely. Okay, Steve said, I watched Chris's interview with Maxine. She's been training with multiple people and she's been working NXT house shows to get as many reps as she can to get better. I know the answer, but if it was going to be Vince was the surprise opponent for LA Knight, that's why Aldis keeps it. Okay, you think it's Vince. Well, that will be a shock if that is the direction they go. Just think, we're only a month away from Cena's last ever match, said James. Crazy, innit? We're just a month away. Crazy, innit? We're at commercial break right now. We got 16 minutes left. This next match is, of course, going to be our main event. I have got a lot of praise for this show. I think that it's been really entertaining, noteworthy, newsworthy. Right, Phoenix. And we're going to end it with Alistair against Cody. I'm thinking Drew gets involved, of course. That's where I'm thinking we're going. Jericho's AEW contract goes to the end of 2025, so I'll be amazed if it is him, says Alex. Who attacked Jacob? That seems to have been... Has it been dropped? I haven't even really heard anything about that, to be honest. For me, personally, I think it's going to turn out to be Randy. That's my guess. I'm going to say that it turns out to be Randy. Dun, dun, dun. Okay.
I can't wait till Cena is gone, said Black Onyx. I'm tired of his mid-card career. Who is better than 5 Moves Cena? Though, who is better than 5 Moves Cena? I'll be really sad when that happens. That'll be a sad day when he means a lot to a lot of people. Big match, John. And he certainly delivered some great matches, even this year as well. I mean, his match with AJ, one of my favorites of the year, that SummerSlam main event, really good. I think it'll be sad. It will be really sad. Will Jericho be able to wrestle right away? The whole Andrade thing will have Tony like doing a 90-day non-compete or something. Depends what's in the contract in it. I don't know that AEW put non-competes in their contracts. So I don't know that there would be a barrier. Obviously, he can put barriers into his contracts now, but I don't know that there is a barrier at this stage. I could see Damian and Drew getting involved, setting up a tag team match next week. Oh, God, you could be right. That would be a disappointing way to end what I think has been a very newsworthy episodes. You just know that John's last promo is going to leave people in tears. Absolutely. He doesn't even need to say anything and people will be in tears. Just that 3. That 1, 2, 3. That is going to be a crazy moment in it. When that moment, that realization that is it. For many people, John has been their life. You know, they don't know wrestling without John. For many people, they got into wrestling because of John. So they just can't really think of wrestling without him, you know? Yeah. It's going to be crazy. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, Cody Rhodes is coming out. Black Onyx said the only reason Cena has good matches is because of his opponents and stealing everyone's moves. Well, I don't think that was the case at SummerSlam. And Cena's had great matches in the past with plenty of people. You could credit other people for that and say that it was always other people, but he's got a pretty good track record against different people of putting on like the matches being really highly rated, you know? This year, for example, his match with Cody, his match with AJ, 2 different opponents. But both matches highly rated by the fans and Dave Meltzer. And I know Meltzer doesn't matter, but if you're getting a good rating out of Meltzer, then it must mean you've done something good. If you're in WWE getting a good rating out of Meltzer, then chances are you've done something good. Although, that being said, he did give CM Punk Jey Uso a really high rating, which was bonkers, because even WWE fans were down on that match from Saturday night's main event. But Meltzer gave it 4 stars, which was crazy. So, that was a bit weird. That was something else that went down. Here's Alistair, Zelina. We've only got 11 minutes. I believe this is a non-title match. I feel bad for Cody's creative, said Julian. It was looking promising when Hollywood Rock said he was going to leave for a while. When he returns, he's coming straight for Cody, said Julian. Okay, we're underway then with our main event match. I'm really looking forward to the opinions video on this one because it really feels like this is something which is going to really have people's people are going to have opinions on, you know. Certainly a lot of Julia fans, I would imagine, have got something to say. There is some footage of Chelsea backstage. I'll put that in the talking points video. I wish we were just doing that thing live now, actually. Yeah, that really is the right way forwards. Just going straight live, that really would be the right thing to do. Right now, we got Cody slamming Alistair down. Alistair with Cody over in the corner. Gets out the way. Oh, yeah, had him well scouted. Kick coming in there by Cody. Oh, well scouted again there by Alistair. I do like this tweet from Fightful. Look at this. Chelsea has had quite the week. She got creamed on Tuesday and then Moody Champ on Friday. She has had quite the week. Okay, right now we have got Alistair sat cross-legged in the ring as we are underway with our main events. Crispy Wrestling said they're hoping for Oba, but in reality, it's probably going to be Joe Hendry. I don't even know how people will feel if it is Joe Hendry in that tournament. It seems like there's some people that are like not crazy about it. He's very popular though. He is still popular. He's still massively over. Slagent P has saluted. So Piper has took to social media to show her support for Chelsea and her second run. Oh my God, Chelsea is not going to shut up about this at all, is she? Get ready to hear about this. Oh my God. She ain't shutting up about this one. Okay, we are at commercial break. The match obviously is still carrying on. But does anyone watch that new show with Braun Strowman, said Justin? I haven't seen it. But I'd imagine it's quite good. I would check it out. I don't think it's not shown over here in the UK. Cody goes against the ropes. Tony said Chelsea wants the title, but she wasn't meant to, question mark. Zelina getting involved on the outsides. I hope that Bailey Humphries appears and ragdolls Chelsea, says William. Right now, Alistair against the ropes. Austin 316, hello, buds. Hope you're doing well. Alistair coming over, throwing out a big boot, big kick. Alistair still very much in control right now. Woken Matt Hardy said, I've not watched it, but I've seen a couple of trailers. Johnny said, now it's a scary cross time to shine for US title. Ah, that's very interesting. Johnny 1, that is very interesting. Nikki Chelsea makes a lot more sense than Nikki Julia. Johnny 1, I think you've made an excellent point. Cody rolling up. Alistair. Down goes Cody. Alistair still very much in control. We're back from commercial break right now. Daze, WWE gave everything like nips and surprises to make you happy. Also, I did miss those live reviews you did a few years ago. It was like the 10 o'clock news. Yeah, I wouldn't go back to that style, to be honest. I think the setup we've got is the right setup. I'm not looking to change that. I just think rather than me recording it like I'm going to do tonight, and then it takes like 20, 30 minutes to upload, why am I not doing it live? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. So I'll just do them live from, I'll try and start doing them live from Monday. There won't be any different. They'll still be 20 minutes long. I'm not looking to like make them longer or anything. That would kind of defeat the purpose. But you know, that means you lot can jump in and kind of share your thoughts in the chat. And yeah, it's just a bit of extra in it. Okay, Cody getting back into this. Nice disaster kick coming in by Cody. Aleister Black down. They've released footage of Jade Cargill getting her side plates. Right now, we've got kick coming in. Knee there by Aleister. Aleister trying to get back into it. We've got 5 minutes left to go. Big boot there by Aleister. Aleister going for the cover. Kick out. Let's end the poll for the Tala Ray Phoenix match because we are really running out of time. 56, 23. Ooh, yeah, I agree. It was the worst match of the night. It didn't really grab me. Right now, Aleister has got Cody up. Cody lands on his feet. Cody, middle rope. Oh, Cody Cutter connects. Cody Cutter connects. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. I can tell you that Road Dogg is trending right now. What is it that is being said about Road Dogg? Road Dogg needs to be trialed and jailed. People seemingly upset with the Julia thing. So I think the Julia thing has upset people. Jab coming in there by Cody. And again. Kick coming in there by Aleister. Cody back against the ropes. Big knee coming in. Nice German suplex. 2. No joy. Aleister is on his feet. Cody is down. Aleister coming in. Boot coming into the back there by Cody. Crossroads. No. Reversed. Cody against the ropes. Goes back. Big boot coming in there by Aleister. Oh. Duck underneath. Clothesline there by Cody. Both guys. Big boots at each other. And both guys go down. Trini said those people that are upset about Julia, they didn't make no noise when she comes out. Her name is never trending, but they expect her to get a push. There he is. All in white as well. Look at that. He took out the ref. Mate, he's going off on the ref. A claymore to the ref. And look at what he's wearing as well. Drew all in whites. And I think there is a message to that. Him wearing all whites. He sees himself as the victim. I'm sure there's many other fans out there that see him as a victim. Here's Damien. Damien coming down. So Cody's down. Referee just got murked by Drew. Yeah, he is seething. And you can understand why. As Cody said at the start of the night, though, it was Drew that introduced the title into the match. Bang! He gets planted there by Damien. Damien slams down Aleister. Damien's obviously got issues with both of these guys. Damien and Drew had a big feud this year. Cody coming over. Down goes Drew. I hope we don't do a tag match at Survivor Series. I mean, they might set up a tag match for like next week, but yeah, I don't know. Oh, here's Zelina. She's getting involved. Zelina comes over, launches herself at Damien. Damien dumps her in the timekeeper's area. Right now, we got Aleister and Damien brawling on the outsides. Zelina's back up. Cody Cutter to Drew. Drew gets planted. Well, this thing has just descended into chaos. It's all happening at the end of SmackDown. Crowded with Cody, though. You can hear the chants. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We're going to get an announcement. Yeah. Drew. Suspended! Drew suspended! Big development! Oh my God! Drew suspended! It's everyone against me, says Drew. Na 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 na. Hey, 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 goodbye. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hey, 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 goodbye. Go do your crying somewhere else, Drew. Go do your crying somewhere else. That's the problem with Drew. He just moans and complains and plays the victim. Oh, boo-hoo. They're all against me. Yeah, they're all against you, and you deserve it. They're all against you, and you deserve to be getting bullied. The referee's against you. Cody's against you. The crowd's against you. I'm against you. Everyone's against you, and you deserve it. Well, there we go. Quite the development. Quite the development. Even Jack Tunney is against him. Restaurant said that suspension's going to be lifted. They're not going to leave Drew out anything. Real said, no, I think it's real. That's a real suspension. He's out. He's suspended until 2030. He's out, mate. Forget about it. Move on. Blimey, now, they say that they call all the Cody fans Cody crybabies. What about Drew? What about Drew? Blimey, now. Never known someone moan and complain so much. He moans and complains so much, he should be in the women's division. Hey. It's always time for a bit of sexism, you know. Always time. Would that mean that Drew is definitely not in the Cena tournament, says Daryl? Well, it probably means, yeah, he's not going to be in that tournament. But saying that, I mean, there was no reports that he was going to be winning that tournament anyway, you know? He's got his plate pretty full at the moment. With being suspended. Na 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 na, hey, 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 goodbye. Hey, Drew, I hear AE Dub's good at this time of year. No, I'm going to miss him, actually. I'm going to miss him. Montana Zombie, shout out to you, my friends. Allison said, I love that match. Paul said Drew suspended so he can do a movie. Is he doing a movie? Is he? I haven't heard. He could be. William said it's weird. Every time Austin's in the chat, I hear Daze say sex. It's just how I feel. Whenever Austin's around, it just brings that out in me, to be honest. The ref got what he deserved, said Sanon. Daze, it's strange that we have a very mixed bag of people that are liking and hating on SmackDown tonight. What score would you give it? I give it 6.9. I'm in the like it group, honestly. I'll tell you where my big point of difference is, I think, to those that are hating it. And I could be wrong because I have not read the comments. And I am genuinely... In fact, I'm so looking forward to getting people's thoughts. I'm actually going to put the feedback request up now. And I don't normally do it this early. But I'm going to do it now because I am actually really interested to read what people have got to say about this SmackDown. So that's going to be up on X. What did you think about SmackDown, right? So I want to get people's thoughts on that. But here's my point of difference. I think Julia, who's only been on the main roster since May, and we're in October. She has already won a mid-card title, right? She's now lost that mid-card title, but she's already had a mid-card title. So she's already got that achievement next to her name. She has been aligned with Kiana, who, you know, doesn't feel like it makes a great deal of sense in the short term. But if Kiana does get more clients, builds up, you know, like people were saying, a manager with a stable. We've seen Kiana going around trying to recruit new people, right? If she does actually bring some new people in the near future, all of a sudden you've got a stable, and that might make a little bit more sense. I think Julia is someone that is getting regular TV time, maybe not matches, but, you know, she's used each week backstage, in matches, tag match, singles match. You got to remember that this is someone that does not speak fantastic English. She's just moved up from NXT. She's already had a mid-card title run. The idea that she is being buried, the idea that she is being mishandled, just seems so ludicrous to me. This is someone that has already got a championship run next to her name, and she hasn't even really got going yet. The Julia that people want is coming. The Julia that people want is the beautiful madness coming down in all her glory, just like NXT, competing for world titles. That's the Julia that people want. And who knows, you might get to that sooner rather than later, because they've just took the mid-card title off her. So I know that Jade is the champ, but who's to say whenever Jade loses that belt to a babyface, you've got Julia now that might be competing for it. So actually, you might be even closer to a world champion, Julia, than you would be if she kept that mid-card title. I don't know what the thoughts are or the plans are, but what I do know is she is very much in the conversation. She's used on a regular basis. I'm even seeing matches out of her on a regular basis. She only got called up after WrestleMania. She's already got a mid-card title run. I don't understand the impatience, I suppose. I don't understand the impatience. I don't understand the notion that it has to be like this way now, and if it's not like that now, that this is just rubbish, you know? It's like she's adjusting to being on the main roster. We're kind of figuring out how best to use her. The fact she's being used, the fact she's had a mid-card title run. Yeah. I didn't see that title change happening. But we are struggling with baby faces on SmackDown. We're not drowning in great opponents for her, if we're going to be honest. So, you know, do we just keep going with a bit of a mid-card title run? Or do we, you know, do you want to see Julia and Nikki and Julia acting scared of Nikki? Because I think that is what's next. It makes so much more sense to have Chelsea be the one that can be OTT with her reactions, go into a feud with Nikki. What next for Julia, I don't know, but I'm very confident she's not going to be stuck in catering. And I think that, from what I'm just seeing briefly online, seems to be one of the major criticisms. They don't know what to do with Julia. They're messing up Julia. I can't believe they fumbled it this bad. And it's like, dude, she's had a mid-card title run. She's only been on the main roster like 6 months. She's already a former United States champion. It's only been 4 of them. She's getting regular TV time. I just can't be down on it. Could it be better? Yeah. And it will be. I'm very confident about that. I'm very confident that the Julia people are looking for is coming. And you're going to get it. You just got to wait a little bit for it. But it's coming. She'll be a world champion. She'll be the beautiful madness. They know what they've got with her. They showed it to you in NXT. It's not like they're now doing some crazy, you know, let's not do that. It's just they're building her up. They're introducing her to people. Not everyone watches NXT. So, you know, she's a heel. She's aligned with Kiana. She's getting TV time. They're just going through the motions. It's fine. Honestly. It's like people forget that when LA Knight came up, he was Max Dupree. Or when John Cena started, he was the prototype. You know? When The Rock started, he was Rocky Maivia. When Stone Cold started, he was the ringmaster. with Hulk Hogan, when he started, he was a heel, ended up leaving WWE, only for him to then, come back. Obviously, after the success of, the Rocky film and everything. And Hulkamania technically started in a different company, the AWA. And it's like, you're going to get this. You're going to get this period where people come in and it's not quite what you are looking for at the start as people are adjusting and they're kind of getting the creative right. And it's not always just going to be, bang, what you want straight away. And I just think we're going through a period of that with Julia, that's all. It's fine. It's going to be fine, honestly. It's going to be okay. And her losing to Chelsea is no trouble to me. I think that the next stage, which I think would be a feud with Nikki, makes way more sense that we do that with Chelsea. So where we are right now, just looking at in isolation, I think that move is the right move. So I don't know if there's other bits people are upset about and moaning about. There might be. And if you are down on this show, that is fine. That is your right. You have got a right to be down on this show. Your opinion is valid. But all I can do is just give you my opinion. And my opinion is I love Julia. Big fan of Julia. I know that what we're doing right now is maybe not what people are looking for. But that does not ruin this show for me. I thought this was a really good SmackDown. Big Time said, I don't mind Julia dropping the title. But I do think they botched the title reign. Tonight they gave her a jobber entrance during commercial. And then she lost in 90 seconds. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is that the title run itself was not that memorable. I don't think the roster is really set up correctly, which leads us into a bigger problem. I mean, I think if there was loads of opponents for Julia and we just ignored them, then, maybe I could be a bit more like, yeah, we missed these opportunities. But when you actually look at the SmackDown roster, there just is no one there. Bianca's out injured. Naomi switched brands. I think we switch Julia with Naomi. So Naomi went one way, Julia went the other way. But you look at the baby faces that are around. We are dealing with B-Fab and Michin. Zelina's turned heel recently as well. Zelina was one of those faces that was getting opportunity. We've just brought up Lash Legend. That's another heel that's been added. But it's baby faces that we're really struggling with. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could have done Julia Charlotte. Maybe we could have done Julia Alexa. But the truth is that those two are engaged in their own story, defending the tag titles. And, it's a bit of a shame that we couldn't really dig into that. But that's okay. They're matches that we can still get to in the future. So I think the number one thing to hold on to is that she's being used. That's the most important thing. The second thing is that she has already won a championship. And okay, the reign was underwhelming. But I think there's a bigger problem. And that is we haven't had a draft. And the SmackDown women's roster is not set up correctly. And I think that as a result, I think, we kind of did a little summit with it. But it was very underwhelming. But I think that's actually a bigger problem. More than it being a Julia problem. I think it's a SmackDown roster problem. And they really do need a shake-up. They need a draft. We need to make sure we've got the right amount of faces, the right amount of heels on both shows. And I promise you, we can have a look at a roster right now. And in fact, let's do it. Because there's no point saying these things without having some data to sort of back it up. Let's go over to it and you can see. So this is the SmackDown roster, right? Alba Fire is a heel. Alexa is tag champ, right? B-Fab, okay. But, I mean, would you be thrilled at a B-Fab Julia match? I don't think so. Bianca is out. Candice is a heel. Charlotte, obviously, we already said, tied up with the tag titles. Chelsea, well, they moved quicker, didn't they? Look at that. She's already got the US title on here. So Chelsea is obviously a heel, right? Where was we? Chelsea. But Julia's who we're talking about. Jade is now a heel. Kiana is with Julia. Lash has been called up. Lillian is a ring announcer. Michin is the other name. So far, we've got B-Fab and Michin. Okay. Naomi is out with pregnancy and on Raw, right? Don't know why they didn't move that. Nia Jax is a heel. Nikki Cross, I think, is next in line, and it makes more sense for her to go after Chelsea than Julia. Piper Niven's out with injury, but she was a heel anyway. Tiffany was women's champ. She's out with a little few knocks at the moment, I've heard. And then you got Zelina Vega. It's atrocious, isn't it? And I'm not, this isn't me like making anything. This is the official SmackDown roster. That is the roster. That is the SmackDown roster on WWE's own channel. And if you go down, you've got B-Fab and Michin as your only available options. Other than that, you got Alexa and Charlotte, but they're, as we said, quite tied up at the moment. They're on Raw, they're on SmackDown, even pop into NXT sometimes, like defending those women's tag titles. And I think we can agree that that pairing has been really good for them. I don't think anyone would say that pairing has not worked. It has worked, and I think it's been good. So I actually don't know that it would be in either of their benefit to have got involved in like a feud for a mid-card title, when I think this Allies of Inconvenience has been good for both of them. The problem is we just don't have any options. So I think that Julia's run has been underwhelming. Rather than saying it's to do with bad booking of Julia, I would look at the roster and say, what's the alternative? I mean, you could always go and grab someone from NXT, but that's not ideal. An NXT star coming up and getting a mid-card title feud straight out of the gate is a bit random. Maybe you'd get away with it with Jordan Grace, but it's still very random. So you'd have to look over at Raw, and you'd have to look at maybe moving someone from Raw. And honestly, I don't even know what options we've got over there. I mean, you've got Bayley, but she's in a story with Lyra at the moment. Io has obviously done a lot of work this year. And she's just having a well-deserved break. Kairi's in a story with Asuka. She's kind of a heel. Lives out. Lyra's in with Bayley. You could have brought Natalia over, but is that really what people would have been looking for? Maybe you could have done something with Nikki. Maybe, if you'd have moved her over. Zoe's out injured. To be honest, even if you look at the Raw roster, we're not drowning in options. I mean, that's an announcer. She's a heel. Bayley's an option. Becky's a heel. So Bayley would have been an option. Ivy is a heel. Io would have been an option. I mean, these are still involved in stories, though. Lyra's an option. Natalia's an option. Nikki's an option. Rhea would be an option. Stephanie's a champ. That's it. You got 5 people that are already involved in stories. So you'd have to change your creative on Raw to move one of them over to engage in a feud for a mid-card title on SmackDown. It's a problem, innit? There is a real problem with the rosters at the moment, where we do need to sit down and go, right, we need X amount of guys, X amount of girls, we need X amount of faces, X amount of heels, X amount of main eventers, X amount of mid-carders, need this many tag teams. Like, that work needs to be done, because I really think that's pointing to where the problem is at the moment. If you look at Roxanne, she's mixing it up with Bayley, Lyra, Kabuki Warriors, Rhea, Io, Nikki, Stephanie. Julia not only is in a talent pool that's smaller, but she is only getting to wrestle the likes of Michin and B-Fab. Yes, but again, I do have to stress it. Like, what can, outside of doing a draft, like, how do you fix that? Like, it is a problem. I agree. But I don't think there's, like, you know, I don't know that it's like a booking thing. The point I'm making is that I don't think they're fumbling Julia because they just are fumbling the booking. I think that there is a bigger problem, which is the rosters. And, you know, Julia is just finding herself maybe a bit of a victim of that at the moment. But this is why I don't have a problem long term. I'm not sat here going, oh my God, they're messing up Julia. She should have stayed in NXT, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, they're getting her TV time. She's had a mid-card title run. Don't think the rosters are set up properly. Very confident as we head into 2026. I think the Julia that everyone's waiting for is on the way. It's just, you know, a little bit of patience might be needed right now, because I don't think the rosters are set up right. And I think if that's going to affect your enjoyment of this SmackDown, I think that's a bit of a shame, honestly. I think that would be my comment. I think this was a really enjoyable show, lots of talking points. And I think if the big takeaway is they're screwing Julia, I think that would be a bit of a shame. El Sausage said, love the work. El Sausage Rollador. Shout out to you, buds. But listen, I want to hear your thoughts. If you think I am wrong and they are definitely botching Julia, and how can you not see it, Daze, then let me hear from you, yeah? I've got the post up now. You can go over to X. You can leave your comments. If you think the future is looking very bleak and you don't think they're going to deal with Julia the right way, and you think that it's all doom and gloom, leave your comment. I will read it. I will read it. I will listen to it. I will consider it. But I'm really optimistic on Julia in the future. I'm really not worried. Wrestler Andy said Drew is suspended. So next week we get the return of Drew McInfart. Daze, Julia, if they still had bodies like Dakota and Shotzi, then she could have picked up wins and momentum. Maybe the problem is those cuts and the NXT call-ups being delayed. Yeah, you could have something to that. I don't disagree with that. I think actually a Dakota Kai Julia feud could have been really entertaining. Yeah, I think that could have been. And imagine if Dakota, had a few feuds throughout this year, been on a few PLEs, but maybe more like TV feuds. I think a feud with Dakota Julia, I think would have satisfied people. Actually, I think people would have enjoyed that. So yeah. The thing is, when you make the cuts in, I think, didn't she go like February time? I don't know when she got released, but I think it was earlier this year. I remember there being a lot of releases. So if she went like February time, you never know where you're going to be come October, do you? I mean, in February, they probably thought there was going to be a draft, and they might not have known about all the injuries they've suffered. And, they've made a few turns because they make sense for the stories. But actually, what that has left you with now is a bit of a dearth, a bit of a void of baby faces. And so, yeah, I do think that we do have an issue with that. But listen, at some point that is going to get fixed. And at some point that is going to, and who knows? I mean, they might fix it. They might fix it immediately by next week turning Julia face. If they agree with what we've just said, and they can see that there is a lack of baby faces, there's a real quick way of fixing that. Take one of your heels and make them a baby face. And Julia could be that person. What if she rejects Kiana, turns babyface, and, gets into a feud with a heel, and is basically now going to be on the road to being the person that beats Jade's? I don't know that she is, because that could end up being Bianca. But it's a possibility, isn't it? It's something that could be done. Oscar said, I'm a 6-year viewer, and it's my first time commenting and donating. Well, Oscar, thank you, my friend. 6 years, Oscar. Really? That's amazing, my friend. Thank you so much for all the support. It's always really interesting to hear people stepping out of the shadows. It's really weird, isn't it? Because obviously you've joined us a lot. You obviously have seen a lot of streams, heard a lot of my thoughts, heard a lot from the community, but we don't know anything about you as you emerge from the shadows. I always find that really weird. But Oscar, please don't feel a need to donate, of course, but it'd be lovely to hear more from you. Always looking to get more people talking in the chat. Really love hearing from different people, different comments, different thoughts. And I really don't mind if people disagree with the points that I say. Hopefully it leads to a good conversation, of course. Big Time said it's not talked about how difficult it is to get NXT call-ups over as heels. When introducing them to the main roster, it's very difficult. Wrestling Void said, if Daze doesn't read this, I'm gonna be sad. Well, don't be sad anymore. Don't be sad anymore. Sarthak said, I guess they have taken the last SmackDown seriously. Oscar said, I'm also high AF, celebrating John Cena's tour. Oscar, shout out to you, buds. That tour, of course, coming to a very emotional end in the near future. So, yes, we're only about a month away, aren't we? We're about a month away, and then we'll be saying goodbye to John one final time. Right. Jay Cargill Wrestling, BFAB and Meechin just tells you the trenches that we're in, said Big Time. Okay, guys, I'm going to run away. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone that joined us, and I really do mean it. It felt like there was actually a decent amount of people around for this stream, which gives me optimism for the SmackDown rating. I think that we were rewarded with a lot of talking points, and I think that'll be reflected in the video I'm about to do now. I just hope that you got something from it and that you enjoyed it. Feel free to leave your comments. I'm going to do the talking points video, and then I'm going to do the review, right? And then I'll work on an unseen after that, but that'll be upgoing, much later, of course. My goal is to get these 2 videos up as quickly as possible. So, yeah, big thank you. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. And Julian saying next time. Appreciate it, buds. Yeah, I will see you again next time.